protecting the wingman from planting. But Onlyfin's anti-eco in their favor. It seems that they're just going to go for the same play again, but this time Requiem have the defender stacked on the right side.
They do. And we know how dangerous these sheriffs and pistols can be from any of the sides we've seen so far in this league. Good little flash here coming out from Yanto. It was actually a double flash. Soren also double backed on that. So Onlyfins will find an easy entry to this ace site. Toxic Screen waiting for it to drop. Good timing of it as well. Alec finds some space for him and tries to pull the team in, and he does so by taking Teg's face down. Nixun likes to join in, and that was behind the wall as well. So Harambe's position notified as Onlyfins take full control over the site.
Yeah, Onlyfins did a good job of just leading down this defensive Viper wall. Didn't have to execute in too early. They were in great aggressive positions. You've got Ale putting the first smoke down to suggest that he might just walk in onto site. And as soon as that Viper's pit drops on the defense, they just clear it nice and easy. Ale just living up to what he's been doing the last couple of weeks, being super aggressive and looking at least a bit better when it comes to the rest of the team playing off of him. Because there were some cases where he overstepped it a bit. People couldn't necessarily catch up. People couldn't trade. So these first couple of rounds, boding well for how he connects to the rest of these Finns.
I'd like to talk about the team here for Onlyfins, given that Ale has come in. I feel like before Ale's addition, it felt like it was Nixon and Feeken's show. Really, it was just down to them to perform, right? Well, Ale has now come in and just relieved that pressure, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think like you're replacing Limpe as well, who has been around for a huge amount of time and a huge amount of experience on roles and stuff like Jet. But I think what Onlyfins was just lacking a little bit that they didn't have a Limpe was just a bit of that go button, that aggression, and knowing when to be aggressive and be in the face of your opponents. So that's sort of working so far for Onlyfins, but like I said, sometimes it's gone too far in the other direction.
True. Guess it helps Nixon to also have an extra command. Go kill.
Pretty much.
And Ale will be able to follow up on that, I guess. There's a mid-play lurk here from Nixon. Kept their guns from the previous round, no upgrades. Well, again, an ace site hit seems to be the exact same thing as the previous rounds we've seen.
Yeah, Feeken with the Outlaw against all opponents with half armor of Requiem. So now that they know it's there, nobody from Requiem necessarily wants to overpeak and overstay their welcome, but it does feel like Requiem are trying to buy and take some of that attention away from the angle that Harambe's on. But it does get cleared. Harambe could just dash, but doesn't even need to dash, he could just get out.
The timing on Ale's smoke was actually sublime. Yasmu turned it around by getting a pick of his own. Now, Onlyfins, what do you do with this? Toba has found Nixun on his lurk. Yanto not going to be nestled out of his corner. As Yasmu looks to contest, but Yanto with a superior weapon gets the job done. And Feeken is left to his own devices. Just a bit of chip damage, but with 30 seconds to spoil it bare and 4 players to deal with. The odds don't look to favor him too much.
And Onlyfins will have a bye next round, so at this point it's just getting a couple more kills, really. Forcing Requiem to buy up again on this round afterwards, so that kill on Toba is a good one.
Can he find any more? The answer is yes. Why not? Just cause a little bit more trouble to the economy of Requiem, as Onlyfins get themselves a decent bonus round. It was the win for Requiem, but quite the damaging one.
Now you got some big ultimates coming online as well. Thrash is available for Yesmu. On the defense, nothing quite built up yet, and there's still a few players with half armor, at least. But right now it's just been fairly clean. It's that Gecko ultimate that's been farmed up. Yanto a little bit behind on that. But right now, all of these defaults for Onlyfins have been the same. It's just been Go A Simulator, which is, fairly common on a map like Icebox.
Yeah, but this time Requiem has split their approach. They've gone for a B heavy, a standout. Now the bot will definitely illustrate presence of Onlyfins here. It's just a matter of when Requiem decide to push that left side flank, and they don't actually. They drop back, seemingly getting a hint of what's going to happen, given the Thrash has already gone in the defender's direction over here on A.
Can't pick it up again though. Look how far away it is. There's Requiem again, playing for this retake. They don't really have the utility, but they do have a full 5v5.
Yesmu was actually stuck around very closely. Normally all of the players would have fallen back, but it's paid dividends as Yesmu gets one pick. Nixon has to lose his life, so he's going to be calling from the grave, but doesn't matter. This round's already over, and it's got OnlyFins' name written all over it.
I mean, it didn't really seem to come down to much, did it, really? Like, just the post-plant positions were too good. OnlyFins' spots were just really strong for fights. And one of the things about Requiem's comp is just how much utility and flashes, especially, that you have to go for these retakes, but it never really seemed to come into fruition. Requiem twice now on the pistol in that final round. Full 5v5 retakes and really not making it close in the slightest.
Now, given the composition is the same here, Ryan, is there any head-to-head you think will be the most contested? Any lurks, any duelists that we need to kind of have an eye on for this one?
Ooh, good question. I think Soren versus Snowy. Like, Soren had a crazy 4K against Apex that we saw, with a Sheriff, no less. And Snowy has just sort of been that sort of flex position role. He's had good maps, he's had bad maps where he's just been quiet. I think it is just how much legwork that these guys can both do.
These are flashes. And they can actually capitalize off the back of them. OnlyFins are forcing the brakes on Requiem, though. But Toba somehow found a bit of gas. 12 HP. Not an easy one. By all means, a good old college try is in order. And a Vandal picked up. Maybe increases the chances. 7 bullets, but doesn't need too many. But OnlyFins have stacked up together, allowing them yet another win.
Maybe OnlyFins now just sort of realizing that, yeah, we've gone only A so far, so let's do 1B, especially when we know that Requiem's money is a little bit worse. We can try to diversify our options a little bit just to stop Requiem from just stacking 4 people at the start of the round over towards A. It seems that OnlyFins now back to what they were doing beforehand. Wonder how much they're going to fight for this orb now that ultimates are pretty much on the verge of being online. For Toba, for Soren on Requiem, but also a second potential thrash for Yesmu.
Dagger, I believe, may have caught just one player, the likes of Ale. To no one's surprise, the A site seems to be the initial point of contact, though Nixon does lose his life pretty early. Maybe a bit too overzealous, so I'll have to play off of this advantage.
Ooh, speaking of overzealous, though, this peak to get more information might cost them. They're trying to go off of the Gecko Flash, and it's nice, but it's deep. It's hard to get out of these positions, and Yesmu's pretty low at this point, a 4 versus 2.
Well, it seems the coordination utility was enough because Requiem did go for the fight and managed to get out of it without losing too many players. So now they've got a really good advantage out of this one. Snowy, he's got a lot to do here with barely any facilities to do it. Deals with a wingman, but he's a ticking time bomb. Given that there's a flank in the making as well, he's going to act very quickly. And he might be able to smell Dex luck in time, but no. Crosshair not in the direct position. So Requiem right back on track.
It was very risky for Requiem, but they got that first kill on B. Information quietened down for a second. The Requiem went like, well, we're not going to over-rotate. We're not going to push too much with Deck getting that kill in B main. We don't expect him to flank. Like, let's try to keep control of the situation. Whilst OnlyFins might be panicking that they lose their Viper player on B. So we'll just push and fight them, and the flash was great, and it really caught OnlyFins off guard. Much better luck from Requiem, a bit more proactive in its approach, but there's still those big ultimates for OnlyFins to be working with.
Harambe. I think they just like the fact that the aggression worked out earlier, so they're going for another go. And it's for good reason, because Harambe comes off scot-free with a pick.
Yeah, Yesmu has been mollying pipes where that op was for Harambe, but this time I think he just mollied the orb, trying to deny stuff like Deck, almost getting an ultimate online.
Nixun again on the left-hand side. Look how far he is. But it's Ale to get a pick again. That's a turnaround. But Nixun loses a Viper 1v1 for a second time running.
And the reaction from OnlyFins is the same. They tried to use their second thrash so far this map. The null command is just going to stop it for a second. KO Knife getting information on all 2 players out of the 3. You sort of expected the Killjoy's going to be around there anyway with just the setup that they have with the turret. So right now, it's easy to have a passive setup for Requiem over on B. They can just chill. They don't need to move anybody off of A. They're stacking the right site.
Was that the Thrash picked up?
Should have been. Shouldn't have been delayed.
So they may have a few seconds to use it. And on the 30-second mark, that's exactly when the Thatch will start to move in. I don't believe anybody was concussed off the back of it. Harambe's holding a good line of sight with the operator. Zorin, though, even though on an elevation, ends up dropping anyway. Yesmu, over eager with the second peak. So it leaves Ale on the hot seat with Harambe on the sideline, covering it well. Requiem are keeping it close.
Yeah, they've bounced back really nicely now. Players that haven't really had too much tier 2 experience so far in their careers, but they've been on the precipice of making these stages in like Challengers North, for example, for quite some time. We saw this team, at least members of this team, playing the close qualifiers right at the start of the year with Yanto and co. Narrowly missing out to Formulation and the Peanut Orchestrary. Here now under a different name, doing a bit more damage and having a good series win up against the third place OnlyFins that have been around for eons. Be a good way to show that you deserve to be here.
Get out of my way!
Oh, that might be called to action here. Hasn't been able to make his mark for the past couple of rounds. Quite influential at the start, but the tempo has died down. Good dagger, revealing position and intense. And Requiem have got a good line of cover for it as well with 3 defenders, but it's calls for rotation.
I'd say that OnlyFins are maybe taking a bit too long with this, and also it feels like that's the most that they've used mid-4 so far on this attacking side. Just putting that orb up and putting some pressure over there. We're making a lot of noise over in this position. You have the stack of the defenders rotating onto this site. Null Command is going to go in, so OnlyFins yet again not afraid to show their attitude of what side they want to be hitting. And Requiem, these retakes haven't been working so far. So how do they want to approach this now that they have a lockdown and a thrash?
I mean, it's exactly the ultimates they do want to have in circumstances like these.
That fragment is for the lockdown. It's ready to go straight away.
And they'll try to spray in its direction as well to assist with a cleanup. Dizzy delays them. Fragment does a little bit of damage to the Killjoy alongside to the lockdown. It doesn't break. Crucially, the lockdown does not break. It buys a lot of space. Now the Thrash is going for the chase. Ale not hurt because his teammates have his back, but he's down low with more knives to spare. Not in time. It's defused right in the nick of it, and Requiem have managed to get a retake win.
I really like the lockdown and then using the Thrash because the lockdown's going to push those attackers back either into jail, which got mollied by the KO, or all the way back pretty much to A main as you go into that main area. And the Thrash just clears it if anybody's close by to try and stop it. They're just going to get detained again, potentially. And it just means that there's enough time and a good window to just stick that defuse all the way through. So finally, retakes are working, but it was costly with the ultimates it used.
Alarm bot out.
Not sure which one of the players it was, but I saw his Sideman chair. And I'm like, is he manifesting being picked up by Sidemen? You know, we see a lot of influencers picking up, and content creators picking up teams left and right.
Can you imagine Bodok having to deal with Sidemen? You know what I mean?
I'm sure that'd be a problem he'd be willing to have. I'm sure it'd be appreciated. But yeah, A site vacated. You can see the warning signs on that mini-map, but you can see also on the left-hand side how deep Yanto has gone. Could be a menace here.
It's just good information. As soon as he gets contact, yeah, he's just going to leave. And information to work with, he's just rolling, retreating. He's not really leaving that far behind, but not overextending. And this is, like, OnlyFins have looked best, but they've just looked very clear on if they're just going to go A and just going to go B. Trying to cut noise now. They're not really putting pressure anywhere around the map. Like Nick Soon's not putting up the Viper wall on B, for example, to fix some pressure there. It's just going to be another pretty obvious A execute, but these retakes, Requiem's getting a lot of practice, and now they're starting to win some.
30 seconds left.
They were slow to start in a few of their games so far, but they've definitely amped it up now. Wingman gets the spike covered. Viper Spit drops.
Genji ult too. Takes up so much space on this right side.
And they get a lot of elevation to work with as well. A lot of freedom to just cover all entrances. Putting them directly into the crossfire. Funneled exactly where they want them. And the 2 players left. And plenty of Util still to spare for this attacking side. Not looking great. Yanto trying to find an alternative. I think he's been spotted, so that's why OnlyFins are starting to shoot in his approximate direction. But there you go. Finally, OnlyFins get another win after a bit of a drought, and have found the lead once more.
It's got to be frustrating if you're Requiem, because you are getting the right reads and you're getting the right information of like, oh yeah, we have like 3 or 4 people stacked over towards A as they're about to go for an A execute. But it just feels a little bit like the information that Requiem are either working out for themselves, they're gaining for themselves, or OnlyFins are just naturally giving up. Requiem can do a little bit more, like pushing mid, trying to clear the turret from behind them, flank them a bit more. Right now, it just feels very like binary with how it's approaching. Harambe doing his like best Aspas impression, I suppose. Just reclining, relaxing for a moment.
Magnum, I'd say as well. He's been doing that quite a bit lately.
Yeah, but it's like Requiem and getting the right reads, but I think just making it's almost like, oh, we're gonna make it just a clean like retake, you know, a gentleman's retake, 5 versus 5. Pistols at dawn.
Most gentleman retake.
Yeah, but it's like you're going up against OnlyFins that just have so much firepower. Like if you've got that information, you've got the players, you've got really good coordination because this team has been playing together for a good amount of time. You can do more. You can try to flank them a little bit. You can try and stack on the site, bait for each other. I think just a little bit too much respect is given from Requiem to be like, oh yeah, you're going A, okay, you can plant, that's fine. We're going to just play for a retake, which without ultimates is just very difficult to do. And if there's anything that OnlyFins have, it's reps on this map. They've played it a good amount. I wouldn't necessarily say it has been super successful for them. Like, you beat Sweet and Sour, which was good. You beat Formulation. You lose against NXT. You beat Apina. You beat Old Metasport. Like, good results all the way throughout Stage 1 and also playoffs. So what's that? 4 wins, 1 loss. Pretty decent. And then Requiem, you have only played Apex at this kind of level. And that team was without your IGL, so you kind of went for a more aggressive style of play. Somebody looking at memes.
Yeah, and Snowy just vibing. I can only imagine he's counting sheep right now. Would expect us. No, he's up. He's woken up. Cool.
He has got the Prince Charming hair, doesn't he? Like, it couldn't be more perfect.
What a good looker.
I'd said something about Fekin, but I can't really see him.
No. Hey, look, we've got cameras. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we've got cameras. It's just a matter of the players learning where the best placements are for them, slowly but surely. But to be fair, I think we've seen quite good placements generally, overall.
I do like the full view for Harambe setup. You got a little guitar there as well in the background, I see.
I saw the cute picture frame with what I assume is with his girlfriend. And yeah, it's cool that we get to see inside of the bedrooms and spaces of all the players. I think it's cute, and it shows a bit of character from them as well.
Mise en scène,
a little bit more of their story. But yeah, Tech Pool is coming out in case you were wondering, and I've got to give props to production with that screen. That's a double camera screen, whatever you call it, but it looks good. It looks really good.
Just a wipe, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it's just a wipe. It's a good transition. Shows 2 things at the same time. Gives reference. I'm getting a little bit nerdy about production right now.
A DVE transition.
All right, we got word from the production that it's called the DVE transition. Thank you very much. Phrasing.
I feel like with production, I speak as somebody with a degree in it. I feel like it's, you know, that whole like bell curve, like 2 IQ versus 200 IQ, where the 2 IQ answers the same as 200 IQ. Oh, it's a wipe, and then the middle one is like, oh, it's a DVE transition. And then 200 IQ is, it's just a wipe.
It's just a wipe, bro. Our production just said, I don't know how to take that. Brilliant.
This is why I don't work in production. I just managed to yap my way onto this point.
Yeah, we're just professional yappers at this point. Good to do, though. Though we are starting to see a couple of operators in play during this tech pause. Will be good to see that. I don't think we had a chance to see a operator-on-operator action.
Oh, yeah.
So that'll be a cool one to keep an eye on. OnlyFins, though, have dried out their resources in regards to ultimates. Only a Thrash available for them this time around. While Requiem
it's their
are getting a little
one
bit
in
close.
10 rounds.
That's so true. They must have been following the orbs.
So, whilst we have this discussion, like, people are naturally
Yeah.
talking about nerfing Gecko, and I think one of the things about the agent that can easily be fixed is Yesmu, say for example, Yesmu uses his ultimate straight away. Like, he gets information on A main to, like, push back the orb. He can pick up his ultimate for the second use, and then get the orb to be 1 out of 7 for his next one. And in fact, if you use your ult and you catch 3 people, you can still have your ultimate and be 3 out of 7 onto making your next one. So the easiest way to nerf Gecko is to make sure that in between using the first and second thrash, you can't make progress onto your next ultimate. Because you can't do that with a Tour de Force or Bladestorm or anything, but we're back.
We are back. Just to point out as well, I think Yesmu's having a tremendous game. And as soon as we see the operator head-to-head, it's Harambe. That pops off. Wait, Nixon? He saw the operator on the ground and he thought, let me have a go. And no, he has the same fate as his fallen comrade.
So far, it's Ale and Yesmu that are top of the kill feed so far.
True.
I think it's Harambe that's highest for Requiem, but like it's more of a team performance. I think it's like 12 kills that Ale's on and Nixon's on 1. Which
Hasn't
is
it
fine.
always been the case for Requiem? A team performance? I feel like that's
Pretty
the
much,
case generally, yeah.
But it's like, Nixon is only going to be on 1 kill because he is trying to pressure and lurk and find space towards B.
True. He hasn't had much luck on those one-on-ones. Lost a couple of them against Deck. Oh. For a second there, I thought Yesmu would have gone a bit further in.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
I do quite like the idea of what Ale was doing, though. You've just had a tactical pause. Oh, Yesmu's actually going for a bit more of a fight to try and make space, but he's 25 HP.
He got
And
it
they're being
deep, though.
flanked.
And Deck is closer to the action, and I feel they don't quite know how close he is, given that Toba is firing shots from the wall across. So a bit too good of a pincer maneuver that for Requiem there, and it allows them to get right back on even footing. This is actually a pretty darn close game here, right?
Very close. Requiem bouncing back a little bit more on this defensive side. Is their map choice, so you expect them to be comfortable. But like I said, I quite like the idea of what Ale was trying to do. You've just had a tactical pause from Requiem. You've had a bit of a technical pause. OnlyFins are going to take a timeout now too. It's a good way to be like, okay, Requiem are going to make some adjustments. It seems that they were going to try and push B main, maybe flank a bit more, try to take a bit more map control instead of just having all the information and doing nothing with it. Ale goes, I'm going to bring out the attack op. Because if they try to make an adjustment, if they try to peek to get more information, are they going to expect me to have an operator? Especially when he's doing so well. He's 12 and 6 at the moment. Usually you see it, like attacking duelists maybe pick up the up when nothing else is working. But he goes, no, I'm going to throw in a bit of a curveball. So the fact that Requiem deal with it as well as they do sort of shows that maybe a bit lucky in cases, having Harambe in the right place at the right time, but also how Yanto went and pushed and made sure that Nixon couldn't pick up the operator either, that it was a bit of a sunk cost for them.
Yeah, but then again, holding an angle with an operator is a little bit easier than peeking an angle with an operator. And I think that may have made a difference, at least for this one. Also smart thinking for Harambe to hold at the right angle. And like we said, it's still defense here for Requiem. OnlyFins have got a decent attack.
Third thrash too. Maybe OnlyFins' call was like, we look best when we just go for a straight A execute. We don't need to faff about B main. If they're stacking 3 people on B like they are now, let's just go A. They seem to really struggle with us in 5v5 retakes, so let's just be aggressive, take this space, push people off, use the thrash to go in for this execute, and Requiem have no choice but to give this up and play for another retake.
And they've been respecting it most of the time as well, right? You know you're going to get the space for free. That's exactly what happens this time around. 5 for 5. Will it work out like usual here for OnlyFins?
It's going to be a late rotate though. Look, you got the thrash on the retake, but Yanto is still making his way across, so this is like going to be another 10 seconds.
And there's extra Viper's Pit in the mix as well if they want to throw that in to spice things up. But they are late to the party, just like you said. How will this one work out? Thrash on both ends, but who will use it first? It seems like the attacking side will throw it just for a little bit of info. Yanto doesn't catch much off of his. And then still OnlyFins to win off of the Traves. Having multiple angles taken over. Feekin yet to show himself from the higher ground. They've got a spray towards a diffuser, and they finally get him down. I don't think it's even diffused halfway, but even if it is, there's not much time remaining for it. Onlyfins manage to get that A site locked and loaded, just like they did from the start of this game.
Yeah, and it's only Snowy that survives too. 6 rounds on attack. Onlyfins winning the pistol. Been a lot of like good retakes from Requiem on various sites with ultimates. But just a time at then, it sort of fell for Onlyfins like, let's just keep it simple. Like, we look good when we just go for an execute. Requiem's retakes don't look as good against our post plants. And it seems that it's going to be the same attitude now. The Requiem are going, oh yeah, they are just sort of taking us and fighting us on A main, so let's stack people there. And Onlyfins for the last round, everybody seems to be going towards B.
Does seem to be the case, and I think Requiem have got the best 2 defending agents on the case as well.
Look at Harambe. He's just sending it.
And Deck is nearby to the action, and he doesn't have the right angle for it.
Oh my
finds
God,
a spray through the toxic screen. He just held that mouse one like a madman. I guess that works out. And Onlyfins still are on a 3v3, given that Requiem have found some trades of their own as well.
And it's just clearing the site a bit at a time, but we've got so much post-plant utility to deal with, and an alarm bot if you want to try and push this a bit more.
Harambe actually gets a pick, and so does Yanto. And Onlyfins' fate is stuck in Feekin's hands. So we're looking at equilibrium at halftime.
Nice and balanced. Harambe, nice round. I do like the call for Requiem to just push aggressively and fight A main, and if they found nothing, well, you could just send Harambe with a Blade Storm to flank all the way around. Everybody else could just fast rotate. That's just what was missing from Requiem's defense a little bit of like, okay, we have good information. Like, what's the plan straight away? Like, are we going, like, Harambe, you can just push. We can rotate around. You can catch them from behind. Whereas Requiem before was like, okay, we know that they're here, so we're just going to be patient, right? Good balance between the old and the new with these 2 teams. And now for Requiem on their map choice, getting to attack with the same comp. And seeing if Onlyfins, now that they've changed stuff up to the more modern way, I think, of playing Icebox, away from the Sage and the Sova, see how they can control the map on defense, and if they can get the right reads like Requiem did.
Requiem seem to be fancying that B site initially. Sole defender and the likes of Nixon. Captain of the squad.
Still surprised that Onlyfins are staying over towards A. There's no rotate, but a couple of gunshot fires means that the Killjoy and the Gecko are on their way. But Requiem actually clearing a lot of the site before they even attempt the plant. They're even going to fight for backside a little bit. Nixon has to be careful.
The Dizzy does nothing, and Nixon retaliates, expends all his bullets, but has time to reload. Another swing coming through, but re-assistance gathered on the back lines of Onlyfins. Still trading equally as Requiem get the spike down, but they're going to play this close. They've got all 3 players posted up in the middle of the site here, and Onlyfins have got to read it. They as well playing this hand in hand. Dizzy again showing Shoren's position, but he still gets a frag. Question marks in the end as Shoren completely annihilates Onlyfins in that one.
Nice 4K, nice pistol. I love the idea of just doing something a bit different, a little bit like Loud-esque with how much they wanted to fight for Snowman and stuff in the back site of B. Weren't just happy to put down the Gecko wingman plant and then just play in B main. They wanted to take more space and catch Onlyfins by surprise, and it was Onlyfins that actually got the first kill. It was Nixon that was holding down the line. And so the adjustment to be able to like go and fight this together up against multiple people, or 4 people from Onlyfins facing an angle, and yet somehow Requiem managed to turn it around.
Starstruck. Honestly, disgusting. I don't even know where that came from Soren.
It was from Orange. Toba was just holding mid, and I think he just saw a peek of Feekin just before that Viper Orb went up.
Well, why not? The funny thing is that all of his teammates have guns, in the likes of rifles and SMGs. He's the only one left with a pistol, and he gets the pick scot-free.
Yeah. I mean, this is an anti-eco, but already Requiem have done more mids than Onlyfins did on their attacking side.
They've done a lot more B than Onlyfins have done on their attacking
That's
side.
true as well.
And successful B side takes at that. So a flawless second round of the half for Requiem gives them a bit of a comfy lead.
It's just like little bits of conditioning like that I really enjoy. Like, it is just Toba just taking a fight. Like, if he loses, and I think he only had a sheriff anyway, so you want to give them a sheriff, which they mostly have anyway. Or if you actually had a gun in that situation, you have to push pretty much towards the attacker spawn in order to get it. Good luck. But it does mean OnlyFins, like, have to keep an eye on mid because Toba's shown he's willing to play in that position. And in fact, this time he's going to shuffle over towards A whilst the rest of the team go B. And he is a Marshal on this bonus.
I rate that, actually. Quite a nice move. Long distance, looking for some damage. Why not? Yeah, that dagger, there's nothing you can do about it. That's what I love about it.
If you're in heaven, you can do, I think.
Yeah,
but that requires 2 people to be over there, right? Somebody to clear the util for you.
Here.
And this is exactly what Requiem were hoping. It's pulled 4 people across.
Here.
Snowy. Sneaky bugger. Sticks around, what? Toba knows of it, goes in for an attempt. So what do you make of this Requiem? What's your read off the back of Snowy's aggression? Are there more lying around? Was it a lurk? It's a lot of mind games.
Nah, this knife being broken is so important because otherwise it would have connected onto 4. So this rotation, it's still going to come through anyway, especially off the back of this Thrash coming in to clear the site. So let's see how OnlyFins' retakes 5v5 are.
Well, it's a good thing that you can use Thrash twice.
Planted.
As not much impact was found from the first try. He has me thinking about throwing the wingman a second time around, clears out the utility first, and Harambe finds a good first kill already on the spike. Can they get them off of it? It's wingman doing it halfway. Sorin doubles up, and Harambe finds himself into the fight with Feekin, realizing he's got no more teammates. Bit of an awkward situation there with Deck, but Feekin's got it well covered. And Harambe, alternative angle, and there you have it. Requiem do not lose their bonus round.
Yeah, primal scream from Harambe there, I saw as well. Nice big let's go. Big round for them to pick up. And so far, you can sort of see the subtleties of how comfortable Requiem are with this comp versus what OnlyFins were doing.
Yeah.
Granted, both of them very strong on the post plants, good positions. But just Requiem dealing, making sure that the wingman wasn't going to defuse. It got half, but then all of the duels lost in the end. And then Eco forced out onto OnlyFins. Requiem building up some good ultimates. Not too far away from a null command this early.
It's definitely
KO Knife gets 2 actually, A main. So is this going to pick up the pace for Requiem to go B?
I mean, the question is how much resistance can OnlyFins realistically put with the shares that they do have? Toxastrina does the trick. OnlyFins are quick to react. What can they do here? Still a couple of flash tries for Snowy. Ale can go aggressive with his util as well, but Yanto is looking to take precedence. It's Harambe that opens things up. And they don't allow OnlyFins to close in. They're the ones taking action, and they're the ones demanding this round goes to them. Snowy flashed up. Nothing he can see, nothing he can do, and a flawless round to put Requiem on double digits.
It's very proactive from Requiem there. They didn't over-panic. They get the KO Knife info that there's 2 pushing A main, like towards pipes on this defense. They don't go, oh shit, we need to go B, go, 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 we're being pushed. Like, they just take their time. They push up on the B site. They spray a lot because they're being delayed by, like, mollies and stuff. But they don't back off or panic when their Viper Wall goes down. In fact, they just have Harambe smoke it off. And then they go and take and fight Heaven. Like, Requiem, so many teams will just, like, panic when they don't have that utility to work with or they feel like they're being pushed. But Requiem always seem to feel like they have a plan, or at least an adjustment that they can make.
October? I'd love to say that it's his first time getting a pick early, but it's not. These first kills from Requiem have given them advantages time and time again. But I think what's more impressive is the fact that they always capitalize upon them. And this attack seems unstoppable thus far. It was 6-6 at half-time.
So much space and freedom has to be given up, especially with the turret broken in mid. Just the map feels so much more held on to from Requiem. And this is against the full buy. Like, Harambe just... I don't even know how he got it.
Excuse me! I just looked at the minimap. 1 second Snowy was there, and then he wasn't.
Like, did he just push heaven and push off the back?
Maybe.
Must have done.
Yeah. He
But it's
could've
how
just
quick
dashed
he got
off
into
instantly.
a safe position afterwards that he was like
Exactly.
in nest. Man's playing chamber. Just TP's there.
Oh man. OnlyFins are struggling on this defense. They can save these guns. It would be a saving grace. Keep them contending and contesting rather. But they are being taken out one by one. At least they've got 2 rifles by the end of this, but they've got a lot of rounds to take care of here to get themselves the streak back.
And if Finn's taking their second and final timeout too. On a round where you don't have much to buy with. And the head-to-head of the Jets is definitely the closest one. Ale, 16 kills, Harambe 17. But it's the depths. Harambe 17 and 9. Ale 16 and 13.
Ryan, I'm a little bit concerned here because, look, if it's just one match where you start to switch off at the last moments of a map, just like they did with Formulation, dropping 2 9-3s, it's one thing to do it in one match, but it's another to be consistent with just falling off at the end stages. And the thing is, that's what we're seeing right now from them. And I'm a little bit concerned about it.
It's a tricky thing as well for like these timeouts because like, do you focus on what's actually going on in the server? Are you talking about what the opponent is doing and like, okay, they're doing this, so we should do that? Or are you going, we're making this mistake, so we need to fix this? Or are you going, our like comms are messy, our mental is bad, people are getting like stressed, and just use 30 seconds of this to just chill?
Have we seen any group efforts here from OnlyFins thus far? I feel like even when they've attempted to, Requiem have just pushed past any sort of line of defense and disrupted it completely. They haven't been able to play their game at all.
Yeah, it's hard for the defense too because you're sort of playing a 2-1-2 setup, so you're just playing in a disadvantage all of the time. It's a 2v4 at least with Requiem stacking up people like this and just going for death ball fights.
But for this round, I think thankfully for them, Yasmu was able to trade out Ali's life. So it's jet for jet.
Look at the
Lurk in
lurks,
the making
though.
on both sides.
Yeah.
But the bot will notify of one being present quite far in the back line. I'm not quite sure if the killjoy is too far away for the bot to hear it. Actually, it is. So the bot won't be alarming the bells on this rotate. OnlyFins have gotten the first pick here in this one. No, the bot's still there.
A flank from deck just going all the way around. It's keeping the attention off the site.
But then again, Nixon is on the lurk. Who's checking? Who's looking? Feekan needs to stay alive here. And he ends up getting the pick as well. It's all down to deck. Oh, he knows where both of them are. On the defuse, deck gets one. Ooh. Spray to the second, he runs away. But he's got time here on his side. But it's the opposite for Nixon. Ants in his pants, can't get to the spike. The toxins are just too much. And Requiem win it off the back of Deck's lurk. It's just much more superior than what Nixon was able to bring out. And that's Requiem on map point.
It was just such a cerebral lurk as well. Like, that's definitely just worth watching back once you get to this point to just see how he pathed. Like, he pushed mid, he was just under tube, he was looking behind him to just check the flank just in case Nixon was like in a position. But he breaks the turret, holds back a little bit. You see Snowy sort of react from elbow to sort of check what's going on. And then Deck just picks the perfect times. It's a wonderful 1 versus 2 that he wins too. And it puts them on match point for their choice of map. And it's one of the few infrequent first kills we've seen for OnlyFins on this defense.
Historically, Yasmu finds most of his success on other info gathering initiators, such as the likes of Sova. Gecko has always been an afterthought. He's always been the assist. But this game he's been popping off, but I'm sure he wouldn't be enjoying popping off here. He wants his team to be getting the kills here. And that's not happening. And we'll just lose their lives left, right, and center. And even though they got first blood, they find themselves on the back foot.
Spike planted.
That lurk from Deck coming in again. He is one ult pip away from having a Viper's Pit though, so you could have given him the plant and then maybe just played that in the post plant. But I guess this is much more fun because you can manipulate it, and OnlyFins have to be careful. They are checking behind them just in case. They haven't seen the Viper.
Oh, it's all down to timing. Soren has got the corner covered. Nixon can't find himself a position to just move in. OnlyFins lose members from every point of the site defense. Beacon will kick and scream his way in this game. The lockdown does
nice
assist,
try.
but Requiem have got it covered. They had the numbers, it was a 2v1, and they closed out Icebox without giving OnlyFins a single round on their attack.
Yeah, Soren was definitely very happy with it that way, but for everybody else, for Requiem, it's just, business as usual, really. Great performances from some of the individuals. Harambe, 280 ACS, and Dover also putting in a good amount of work too, but that's the most exciting thing about this Requiem team. It was a team performance. There was no super standout players. It was just everybody playing together, how this team adjusted nicely on something like the retakes that weren't working, how they were taking map control, and when you have that so much fundamental understanding, it just makes it look easy for them.
It did look fairly easy. The moment they were on defense, it just worked like... I don't know, there was a saying in Greek that I was trying to completely translate word to word, but that's not going to work. It's like water trickling down a stream. It just works, right? It's smooth. And yeah, well, OnlyFins are going to have to come back from this one. And if they don't want history to repeat itself with them choking every single map, they're going to have to try a little bit harder. Let's see what they've got in store for us for map number 2. We'll be back right after this.
can't, boy. Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for, want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, Took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time. Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time. Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters. I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love will It's gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep, then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl
you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. I wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows.
Can you love me? Come you love me? Can you love me? Come you love me? Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe, it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is
that makes your heart run wild.
You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so move along for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. Yeah, we're a no-go. I know that I do better solo, so live alone for God and shadow. Better get it right this time around. I never heard a silence so loud before. I'm gonna love every minute of it, every second of it. Longing for that sound of you being gone, so I can hear my thoughts again. Hear my thoughts again. So is this gonna take all night? Don't wanna waste no more time. Yeah, you're damn right. Already gave you my love once, but now I'm fed up. Gonna take it all back, 'cause we're a no-go. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Nah, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy, just fine, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and up, make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, let me the weapon. I'm no vegan, I bleed. I'm off the leash. Go down on your knees. Bitch, I got PhD. I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, best of me.
Someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever
not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. You're all you're all you're all I need. can't, boy. Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I stole your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for, want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, Took a second to forget you, boy. Only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time. Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time. Cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad. I'm not mad, I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you.
It's gonna be hard, but you can take it. Want you to cry, then you will fake it. Give it a beat and you will shake it. The finish line and you'll make it. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Don't you let it get you down. Just keep getting up when you hit the ground. Gotta be real with it. Never give up, never give up. you move, there's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me be your dog, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, don't make a move, there's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make a move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Ooh, look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone 'cause you chew with your mouth full. You, I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one, if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda
wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead? Or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody
Tell you love me. Tell you love me. Tell you love me. Tell you love me. love me? Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me.
Baby, I don't need you to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you'll keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener. A good listener. You will never understand what you put me through. And you never be a good lover. A good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself. Fooling myself. You think you can talk sense to me, like we are gonna be okay. We're not okay. So is this gonna take all night? I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. We're forgetting how to talk. No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I like it when you're looking like that. Don't like it when you shit, chat shit. I like it when you're looking like that. Oh, shy to find, don't mind my reaction. I like it when you look like that. Don't wanna watch a bugger with a white mouth. Just like it when you're looking like that. No sweets, no rush, you can't fuck my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place somewhere and I'll make it last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, I bleed, I'm off the leash, go down on your knees, bitch I got PhD, I'm all that you need, just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me, now you wanna stay the night, pretty how you work hard for me, but forgetting how to talk, no I don't like no humble beats, just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, SME.
You've probably heard the news. Unfortunately, due to a tech pause, the previous match can't continue with OnlyFins and Requiem. But the good thing is that we can continue with the second match of the day as scheduled here, Ryan. I'm looking forward to this one. Formulation Gaming taking on Sweet and Sour. Last season, this matchup was lined up to be quite the banger, but didn't match expectations. What are we thinking about this time around?
Yeah, I guess it's for Formulation, people are expecting like a little bit more in the last stage, narrowly falling into relegation to play in Eclipse. And Sweet and Sour, the expectation wasn't really that high for them at all. In fact, I think they were touted to be one of the more bottom teams. Came second in stage 1. But for the story this stage, it's been a bit of a different one overall, I'd say. For like Formulation, they earned their place back into stage 2 via Eclipse, the Promorello tournament. Didn't have the best start necessarily in week 1, but week 2 actually being able to get onto the right foot, beating OnlyFins, who we never got to see them finish their last series, but that's besides the point. So for Formulation, Demiurge coming in to sort of fill that void that NK left, Fad and the coach had to stand in on this team at a point.
Yep.
So Demiurge now is like in this team. He was a perfect addition for them in Eclipse, and so far he's been a reliable person to build around on this team.
And I feel that's what this team needed, a bit more of extra reliability so they can start focusing on what they're supposed to do in the individual roles and not trying to fill some certain gaps. But yeah, for Sweet and Sour, it's been a kind of a different story. They, like you said, Ryan, they just surprised everyone off the rip. And the second place finish was definitely deserved. Some really high flying performances from certain individuals from this roster as well. I think it was the individual play that actually made a difference because, you know,
yeah,
at this level, there'll be a lot of skirmishes. And if you're winning all the skirmishes, you're bound to win the game.
For sure, yeah. And like, at least with all of the series that we've seen for Sweet and Sour this stage, it has been victories, but 2-1 victories. They have dropped a Sunset, they've dropped a Split. And so the map pull for them is like looking pretty good consistently, I would say. But at the same time, Sweet and Sour are definitely being pushed a lot more than maybe they were in group stages of last stage.
What do you feel about the addition of Hearthbeat here? Because obviously IGLing, I think he had a tremendous impact the previous season. I think he's had a tremendous impact the previous split as well over in the Italian regional league. So do you think this is an upgrade Sweet and Sour need to contest with Apex?
Yeah, I don't know about upgrade because obviously the change that had to come in has been one basically that's unavoidable for the team. It's not a roster move that they were keen on doing. But we did see Hearthbeat come in and at least have like a good victory when they played up against NXT last week. So it's not been too bad so far. I think they would have preferred to have kept Affen, but it's sort of out of their hands, and so you can't really... It's as good move as you can possibly take at this point, it feels.
Yeah, and to be fair, out of all the available in-game leaders out there, I think Hearthbeat was, without a question of a doubt, the pick to go for here. So hopefully for Sweet and Sour, this means that they can get everything rolling smoothly as we go on. They've had a perfect start to the season. What else do you need? 2 wins. Let's see if they can make it a third as we enter today's veto.
I think for vetoes, this time at least, it could be a bit more open, I suppose. When it comes to like bans, it's been for Sweet and Sour, Bind that's been taken out, and Split was the permaban for Formulation Gaming so far at this stage. So ban should be more of a straightforward one. Maybe we see an Ascent come out for Formulation Gaming here. It is a map that they've typically been happy to play, but it's not been necessarily on the biggest winning form. But it is going to be their choice, and here at this point for Sweet and Sour, a couple of things that they could go for. Sunset, Lotus, potentially, if they want to try and pull that out. The Split and Bind, the permaban's been pretty much instantly removed, and so the veto so far isn't too surprising.
I mean, at least for Formulation, they've got a map that they know they've got. They probably have an advantage on, given that it's the only map Sweet and Sour have lost on so far this series. But what I'm afraid of here, Ryan, even though they have won Ascent here, Formulation, 1 out of the 2 times they played it, both of them actually was overtime. So I'm just thinking right now, are we destined for overtime already? Is it just the start of a veto?
It's been a cursed day so far, and cursed couple of days, but at the very least, like, we should have, touch wood, a game at least. So long as we don't see any interruptions, you can't really complain. That's true.
Well, Icebox coming in. We saw a few roster changes coming out already today on that map, and what I assume will probably stick the same for the rest of the teams, although Icebox has been sort of pretty turbulent for Formulation. I think they switched their composition 3 times already, so I'll be interested to see if they have made any changes coming into split number 2. Ryan, what are we most looking forward to here? We know this is a fight for midfield, a fight for player, but at the same time, Sweet and Sour have got a bit of a pedigree since last split against Formulation.
I think the big thing for Formulation is just that it has been a map that they've liked to play a lot. It's a map that they see Cypher, Sunburn plays over on a Cypher, and I think it is a really good, but difficult test maybe for Sweet and Sour to be able to play Ascent with a new IGL. Sure, it's a map where a lot of the plays and the comps are mostly the same thing each and every time when it comes to like what people are running, right? There's nothing too out there strategically. But at the same time, it's hard for any new team to really get up to speed so far. Like Sweet and Sour, like we had not really seen them actually play Ascent other than against the Peanut Orchestra in that first week, but obviously that was with Athens. So it's a potential tricky map that Formulation could have a huge advantage on just because their team has played together a little bit longer.
That's fair. Ascent is a map we know all too well in this tournament. What's our go-to map here in Polaris, in Challengers North? Is it a bit of Icebox action? Is it a bit of Lotus?
I think it's a lot of Icebox. I can find out though. Yeah, so far we've seen more Sunset than anything else so far. Sunset, Lotus, Ascent for stage 2. Yeah. And then for stage 1, I can quickly double check. Sure. Lotus by a good amount, 48 times out of 250 maps pretty much. Icebox is actually one of the lowest, bottom 3.
Okay. Well, that fake has kind of changed already, the split. I feel like we've seen it every single day of action, if not every single series. So I think we're kind of moving away here, getting a bit of Icebox, and there are a bit more. Bit of an EMEA special, I guess, in some ways. But yeah, we are going to be jumping into the game shortly here. Obviously, there've got to be some players to watch from this matchup in particular. I'm going to start off by saying I can't wait to see Jaff perform, also given his redemption arc from Eclipse. But let's have a look at the agents. Any changes we can see?
None whatsoever by the looks. Obviously, the only change is just Halfbeat coming into that role, but it's what happened the previous IGL played in before, so really no changes whatsoever, at least on the face of it.
Well, let's see if they have found something else hidden behind the mix. You know, in those strat books of theirs, see if they've got some spicy set pieces of sorts to bring out. I mean, it's Ascent. There's only a limited amount of things they can do and reinvent. But let's be fair. I'm glad teams have started to reinvent on this map, right? Because I remember there was a stage where this map was just the same composition, the same strategies over and over again. So we are seeing a few differences all across the board in competitive Valorant. But yeah, let's see what how this works out. This is an important game for both of these teams to get momentum rolling in the right way here in the regular season of split number 2 of Challengers North. For Formulation, redemption arc after going into Promorello. For Sweet and Sour, let's see if they can get on form to beat Apex here. All right, Ryan, what do we need to look out for on Ascent, this map in particular? What from these compositions as well that we've seen, what do we need to keep an eye on?
It's probably the new additions for both sides. Demiurge being the new duelist for Formulation Gaming had a really good series last time out for their first series win against OnlyFins this stage. But for Sweet and Sour, it is the IGL, it is Halfbeat coming in to fill that role in on the controller. So different agents, different roles on the team, but both need to have a good amount of impact. It's Sweet and Sour starting on the defense of Formulation's map pick of Ascent.
Well, without any further ado, let's get the show on the road. The first map of this series will it be Sweet and Sour of Formulation Gaming to take today's cake. And we see a quick approach for Formulation actually onto B Garage, and a very vacant B site awaiting for them, which they can just waltz into. Smoke, of course, will keep them at bay for a little bit longer, but they will waltz in without any hindrance.
Yeah, they bought their time a little bit more because the KO knife hit multiple of them, so suppressed utility, but this was the plan for Sweet and Sour all along, playing weak side over on Bree to have this retake. 4 people pretty much out in that main choke.
Still, Heartbeat looking to lead the charge here on this instigation and ends up with 2. No support really needed. Eventually does run out of bullets, so the extra players will be necessary, but Sweet and Sour cleaned that side up fairly quickly.
Yeah, Formulation Gaming, they didn't panic too much with their execute. The KO knife hits multiple of them. They don't try to reset. They still just go for the execute, albeit a bit slower. But in all that time, Sweet and Sour, they had 4 players mid, 2 of which move over to market, 1 player's on CT, and then the other 2, as we saw, flanking around them in B main, isolating Formulation to just play on that B site. And at that point, it's just easy to crunch them down.
Sweet and Sour, they've been pretty good with building momentum, I'd say, throughout the splits. Something they've been doing pretty well, just capitalize off of momentum. Been pretty decent at that. Formulation, though, of course, with pistols, look to line up in the same direction they did before, or be greeting a bit more resistance this time around.
Yeah, could be good conditioning. Whilst you're on an eco, the expectation to do too much is pretty slim, but if you keep saying, hey, we're going to go for fast B executes, might pull some of those defenders over to the B site early on.
A ghost kill through a wall, and in fact, the first kill Formulation find is off of a shorty. Formulation actually making this damaging. The Sheriffs, the Ghosts doing some damage, but Sweet and Sour, all they have to do is just close out Demi-Edge's life as he was stuck into a corner. There's back against the wall, and they will continue to get a second round for themselves.
Yeah, see if Formulation keep going for these like fast B plays, because so far that's all it's been in the 2 rounds. But now that they have the full buy against the bonus, not really too sure what they're planning to do thus far. No ultimates online naturally yet. You don't have a Gecko or any Phoenix that can get an ultimate fairly early on for the bonus or anti-bonus. Right now it seems just a general change. Bit more of a play to fight for mid with these better guns on the attack for Formulation.
So the difficult change to change your RGL. Sweet and Sour having to do that with Heartbeat.
Especially when you don't want to.
Yeah. Heartbeat looks like a good lad, but you know, you have to just deconstruct and reconstruct everything.
He's a great addition, really. Not on that Metaspot team anymore, as Metaspot have gone in a new direction with the core of players that they want to run with. But yeah, Formulation now, 40 seconds has passed, and they've just been posturing a lot for mid. Seeing if they can go towards market, maybe break the alarm bot that's there. Tempo trying to watch the angle from all the way back, and yeah, there's Killjoy and Silver just backing off to try and bunker on this B site. B split is looking likely, but considering where the spike is, the fact that the Silver has it, might be just an Aldron to try and put some pressure towards A.
I mean, seemingly Formulation are putting pressure on multiple sides of this map. And the big fight is mid. Looking to put a dagger directly into the heart of Sweet and Sour's defense, but Creamy is keeping composed. And the fact that they've got a few rifles in play as well may mean good signs for this bonus. The Vandal is in the right hands of Tempo to the back of the site, but unable to find a second kill with 14 seconds to spare. Formulation need to work quickly here, and they've got players on the flank as well. Very aggressive Demi-Edge seizes control on the back of the site, but the spike plant interrupted, and Creamy triples up with a Sheriff.
Triple Sheriff headshot kill on this bonus. The first shot was great from mid. Like, good control Formulation. I don't know if they had like an Omen smoke to put like top mid, but they just go out for that duel. And that was also like Sweet and Sour had 3 players leaning towards A, so Formulation were hitting the side that was weaker. But Creamy hitting shots like this, but also the way that Tempo was playing in this position. Even so, Famsam backing off to try and buy a bit more time.
Very aggressive from Demi-Edge. Doesn't pay dividends. Of course, they were playing with just mere pistols. Not sure if he had a weapon, actually.
I don't think so. At least not a big one. Just a Sheriff on the ground there, yeah.
Thank you, observers, for that. But it's sort of these heroic plays that Sweet and Sour managed to perform the previous round that indicate exactly how they were able to get second place last season.
Oh,
Just
for sure.
surprising teams, winning clutches, sort of that explosiveness. It's fun to watch as well, I've got to say.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Formulation, like despite them being relegated, this was the map that scared a lot of teams. It was unbeaten throughout all of stage 1 and was a good map to rely on to get back in for stage 2. So like losing this map 2 weeks out of 3, not the best start for this stage. It's the one thing that's really going right for this team, and if that stops working, you might be on for a bit of a tough time.
And it's one of the first maps that you probably work on if you've got a new addition to the roster, right? Trying to get things stable and sent. It's a good indication that you can start working on other maps.
Remaining. Spike down mid.
But so far, not so great for Formulation. But as soon as I do say that, Riyadh begs to differ. For a little longer, at least. Sweet and Sour have gotten themselves quite the streak.
No command online, at least on this attacking side, and also a Hunter's Fury. But also Creamy Dreamy has... I keep calling him Creamy Dreamy, even though it's just Creamy now. I think just the username is just that good. Ultimates are found up on that side too. So far, Tempo 5-1 on this defense. Comparing it against the Cypher on the other side, the other Sentinel, 1-4 for Senbun, who usually on this map just fries people. But I guess on the attack, it's hard to do. It's looking like another fast B execute. But this time, Sweet and Sour are stacked on the right side. There's 3 people here.
Suppressed.
Odin the Odin action. Here we see a wild Famza in his natural habitat. He finds a couple shots through the wall, but no kill today.
There's a good reaction too as well with the operator. 2 pushing shot. It is traded by Riyadh. And so now this puts a lot of pressure on Sweet and Sour to go and get information potentially. They still have that stack over towards B, but the Odin sprays back and catches Famzam. Great opportunity for Formulation to get on the board here with this round, especially with the ultimates that they have.
The hunter had become the hunted. I don't know why I've turned my voice into a documentary. But it's amusing, and it's the round that Formulation actually have a grasp.
There's still an important window to get right here, because you do have Sweet and Sour with the KO and the Omen pushing and getting information on A main to just see if it's over there. Tempo playing off site, doesn't need to die, doesn't need to go down. It's still a 4 versus 3, and there's a null command on either side.
Well, there's only one flash available for Creamy. The Paranoia from Halfbeat also available, but Jaff is stuck by near logs. Difficult angle that needs to be checked.
Needed to be broken now.
Oh dear, Riyadh is the first one to win off the tray. Sweet and Sour suddenly haven't really got a grasp of this round no more. Formulation are just everywhere on that defense, and finally they get themselves around.
And it came from them actually being the first death too. Really good trade in short to make sure that Ticey goes down with the operator. Still going to be able to afford it here, but it does mean that the economy now for Sweet and Sour, despite being 4-1 up, is a little bit tighter than they might be comfortable with. But also just Formulation Gaming not being afraid to keep fighting for B main, especially with that Odin play. Like you're seeing, lots of ultimates for both sides to use. Formulation going back to sort of fighting towards mid. Now Operator just playing towards market, looking to get aggressive.
Lock in sight.
Bit of a lurk in play here from Senbun. Well, moves out just in time as the Aldrone heads in his direction. And Formulation sees the chance to put a lot of pressure into mid. Looking to break the alarm bar, and Sweet and Sour might be caught with their pants down, but no. The aggression is stuck there, given that the main idea is that right-hand side. The spike indicates its presence.
Oh no, it's going to get so much info, and it's going to get a kill too.
That's crazy.
Sees a Formulation, they're going to be leaning towards A, so that Hunter's Fury on both sides coming out. It means that the lockdown for Tempo could potentially be an option this round if they can get a kill, but no. Senbun actually catches the Lurks and the Neural Theft for that full information.
And Demiurge was able to subside a Hunter's Fury ult, and now he's able to be quite far forwards in placement. Creamy is so snappy on his trigger. And all of a sudden, Equilibrium. A 3-on-3, but a beautiful lurk in the making of Senbun. All the way around, Queeb crawling his way to the back line. 1 dealt with 2 more to go, and Puggy's got an Odin out of their feet, ripping them to shreds. Famzam has a loading of his own, and he says Mike can shoot better. Back on the spike, but it's all down to a one-on-one with Semper playing the waiting game, dropping once below, but Famzam is there and ready. That Odin is spicy today.
Really comfortable. Well, crazy round really from both sides with some of the little gaps that were going on, but composed, I suppose, for Sweet and Sour. The push down B, whether it's a call from Ticey that wants to get aggressive with the operator, knowing that you're up against a Cypher where you might have a trip watching B main, but you don't have like a Killjoy turret that can watch this angle, which means that it's quite easy for Ticey, if he can get the right timing, to just push out and get a kill. Semburn was the one that made that really close, right, with the flanks that he found in mid. But whether this is like the individuals calling to do aggressive stuff for Sweet and Sour like Ticey, or whether this is Halfbeat, it's some really nice defensive adjustments. They're getting good information, and formulations like little gaps that they try to exploit dwindle incredibly quickly.
Demiurge creeps up in short, says hold my
Brave.
beer.
Here.
Oh,
Is that paranoid going to hit Halfbeat? Because it's quite high up.
It could. Dark Cover sent out first, and Paranoia sent out short to assist with a push from Demiurge. The peak comes out in on main, but still, Demiurge causing trouble, unable to find the kill, and it looks like Sweet and Sour are able to collapse on this attack. Who is attacking?
Oh my god.
We don't know. Apparently it's Sweet and Sour, even though they're on the defensive side. And Formulation all of a sudden are no longer existent. Only Puggy in a 1v2 without a gun in sight, or at least the one that is there, is heavily guarded by two members of Sweet and Sour.
There's a minute though on the clock pretty much to work with. And there's no Killjoy utility over on B because they've gone down. So at least it's like an open plan, a bit more money for the attackers to work with. And Sweet and Sour are kind of happy to just let them plant on B, because if they plant on B, they know that they've just got a sheriff. They rotate over to B and try and predict it. If the Silver goes A, he could pick up one of those many guns that is over towards the A site. The Sweet and Sour just hedging their bets, but making sure that really there's no advantage here for Puggy, despite planting the spike and having lots of times to reposition.
Not the heaviest of economical investments for Formulation, so if they do win, it would be quite the upset. Even Puggy could hope for Hunter's Fury by the end of it if he gets a kill and ends up losing his life. Couple of case scenarios that wouldn't hurt them too badly. Recon waiting, Fam's out. Good to jump on time. Some more banks to come his way, but it seems the weapons that can spray just do a little bit more damage. Oh, Ticey is in the Matrix without having to budge a second or a millimeter. And that's Sweet and Sour right back on the feed.
A good attempt at the eco, bringing it down to pretty close numbers. Good idea with a recon dart and hoping that the sheriff penetration would do enough, but it's just too far away that it was doing minor bits of damage, if anything. The Sweet and Sour now, 4 buys are plenty. Don't think there's going to be enough money for Sweet and Sour to get that operator, but there is a Blade Storm if Ticey decides to use it. But they can discuss that a bit more, because Formulation calling a timeout. 1 and 6 so far on this attacking side. Really just, there's opportunities there for Formulation. They're trying to condition, they're trying to play the map well, but Sweet and Sour just feeling like they're a step ahead right now.
It's moments like these that you wonder, okay, what do Formulation do here? What do you try and plan out? Is it try and regather your thoughts, calm down, try and play your game? Because I feel like it's those individual duels that they end up lacking on, but
yeah,
like you said, Ryan, it's also those mid games where Sweet and Sour just seem a step ahead.
And so far it's not been, like, kill-wise, not stretching too far away, but the biggest, I guess, difference is Ticey 6 and 2, Demiurge 2 and 7 on the other side.
Where are you? Have you got a cat, Ryan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear her or him.
I don't know. It's just noise from outside. I don't know why people are so loud.
It's all good. We love to hear cats. I used to
It's not a
class with
cat,
someone
I
that
think
had a
it's just
parrot.
a child. It's just a
Oh, really?
child screaming outside. Yeah.
Never mind. Oh, yeah, I used to have a co-caster that had a parrot. It'd squeak all the time.
Oh,
Very funny.
Right.
Yeah, very funny. I know I had a co-cast that had a duck. Yeah, would quack. You'd hear it every so often. Her name was Bob.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bob. Very slow pace here around for Formulation. Very spread out as well. Some info gathering here from Jaff into Garage.
Yeah,
No one found.
Some of that pressure towards mid. They don't have the alarm bots in market, but they're going to try and chuck dart that position anyway. Actually, the alarm bot is quite deep. Right into Cat. The Silver's about to run into it currently.
My bot.
And Tempo is playing on site despite having no lockdown. So it's not really a retake setup. It's more of a stall setup, if anything. That K9's going to shut down everything.
30 seconds left.
Tempo, how is he still alive? How on earth is he still standing? Okay, Hunter Suri eventually takes him down, but it did take a lot. It did buy a lot of time, but Damage is destined for success here on this A site. But from the shadows, recalibration and repositioning here for Formulation just makes Sweet and Sour get confused a little bit.
Yeah, it's a nice little ruse. Just gives you a bit of freedom if you feel like you're still struggling to fight on that A site or plant safely. Just get out of dodge. Senben finding all that space on B. And Senben's lurks have been the key here. But the problem, however, is that Formulation, they have 4 players alive, 2 of which are still rotating over to the site.
I don't know why, but I'm looking at Famzam's feed and he just looks crispy today.
Oh my god.
Headshot after headshot on Formulation. Don't have anyone to deal with a spike diffuser anymore. Yeah, sure, you can get a pick there, Demiurge, but that will be it. Sure, close it out for the fragging reels, but the round still goes to Sweet and Sour, and that's what matters.
It's unfortunate as well because you look at the money for Sweet and Sour in a bit. They're really low on credits despite being 7-1 up. But for Formulation, you're really just eking a buyout at this point. They're trying to put that money together. They have like a lot of half armor, but look at the credits for Sweet and Sour. They lose this. They have to eco. So many of these rounds have been close. Closer than the scoreline certainly suggests.
Cage trigger.
Seems like the slow pace style isn't favoring Formulation very much. Sweet and Sour always have the better hand defending.
It's not even like aggressive, it's just been ready to take these fights. Creamy lineup in hand, waiting for some of that utility to be thrown. Ticey maybe taking the time to try and peek off of it, but he's not doing it with utility. He's activated the dash, just trying to back out. Halfbeat's being caught in short, and Tempo still with that lockdown is just out in the open, and Jaff just clears him.
That's what you call a Ferrari peak, everybody. Jaff just performs it to perfection. Ticey looking to bring things slightly back. And in control, or at least within grasp, within reach. Creamy, oh, struggling a bit on his shot there, looking away for the flash. 2 players beneath, but finally finds a headshot. Looks to hide away, but unable to do so. Can the sprays find the connection onto Riyadh? He's so low, 1 HP. Finally, Famzam takes care of him, but Semba finds a back angle. And he's good to deal with both remaining players of Sweet and Sour. Formulation on the board again.
Yeah, really nice like split that came through on A. Jaff just making that A main pressure work a bit more. It seems the Formulation are trying to like be a bit more adventurous, a bit more gambly in some of these like pushes that they're trying to take. But Semburn is just finding so much success with these looks anyhow. But then Jaff just finding a great timing to take out Tempo, who, you know, has had a big ultimate and not really good opportunity to use it because they're just in the thick of it, bro. And there's that money, there's that problem for Sweet and Sour because these rounds have been close. They are forced to eco despite only dropping 2 rounds.
Yeah, there were a few close rounds, where not many survived, or any, that matter. With 3 rounds remaining on the half, Formulation will try and bridge the gap to have a better defensive side, at least a better chance on it. First blood goes to them. This looks like it should be a cleanup at this point.
Oh my god.
The fact that they use the Cypher ult as well makes you think they aren't going to mess around here. They just want to clean this up round as much as possible so they don't have any losses by the end.
Oh, for sure. And I think so many of these rounds for Formulation that they've actually been winning have been not dominant, but comfortable. For Sweet and Sour, despite them having the lead, like, comes down to like 1v1 clutches or being able to get the defuse whilst people are still rotating for Formulation. And big performances from Creamy and Famzam. The Initiate is getting so much information. And Sweet and Sour just not afraid to like play a little bit more aggressive than Formulation might assume. It's the kind of stuff that if you get caught out with it, it's incredibly tilting. Formulation trying to go for a fast be executed game, but that Nano Swarm going to slow them down. Creamy, however, takes a nice peek on A main and catches 2.
The thing is, I don't see an Omen on the kill feed with him as an assist, so it's quite likely they just took those fights dry. Or it could have been his own flash drive. That could also be it. Never mind.
Yeah, he didn't flash either.
Yeah.
I think
He
he
didn't
just took a
flash
dry
either?
peek.
Wow, that is that's just sweet and sour play all over again. Again, illustrating why they've been so darn good last split, and worthy of the second place. And biggest potential for a challenge against Apex.
Yeah.
Riyadh. What you got cooking here, mate? Would be quite the dream to perform a 1v4, but Creamy's got his number. 1 round and a half to spare.
Can't get over Halfbeat's camera. He's just living in a Viper's pit. But it's just, it's so good to watch and to understand what these guys are doing when it's like you have Formulation go for a fast B execute from the looks, you stall it out, the players on the defensive 8 push A main to get information, and you catch 2. They're just them going, oh, they're pushing B, let's use this as a chance to do something a bit more aggressive on A, to get information, to get kills, to just see what's going on. Not only do you get information, you get 2 kills. And whatever plan Formulation was trying to cook up, it falls flat on its face within 10 seconds.
Formulation here. They've got to act quickly on this. Ticey very close to this action, and it's got reinforcements as well. 2 supportive agents right behind him to assist, but doesn't even matter because Demia just really quick to just move in and get out. Hunter's Fury looking to capitalize on extra space. Creamy gets stuck between 2 fights at the same time and ends up dropping. Heartbeat. If he moves into TP, he's afraid that he'll lose his life, but it's down to safety. But does he know it?
He's closing the door too.
Look at the fight in mid though. Tempo is just waiting for it. He knows where Riyadh is. Tries to go for the trigger disarm play, but he might have missed his opportunity. Will he go for the knife? This is such a Tempo thing to do.
He's just seeing if there's more. Having the KO just be here alone is a bit weird, so it's like, surely there's somebody else with him.
Might as well have a pizza party. Oh dear, he's going away. Riyadh might have an angle of attack to spawn, never mind.
30 seconds left.
Riyadh is probably wondering, where has he been this entire time? Oh well, Sweet and Sour should be able to close this out, unless any madness comes out from Senbun.
Oh, the smoke.
Oh, it's just assisting Famzam to perfection. He can just dance around it as much as he wants, buy time for the rest of the team to arrive, and as much Puggy can do with that Odin, it's just not going to be good enough. And the half definitely favoring Sweet and Sour by the end.
Ah, but you said that the 9-3 curse is back. Maybe not for these teams, but a bit more in North at least.
True. Maybe for OnlyFans. By the way, you noticed the green lights in Heartbeat's room. I noticed the boxes of pasta. They're still there, mate. They're still there.
Oh, what was that from? Was that from...
that was from an interview we did
Spike
from
Nations, wasn't it?
No, mate. Oh, well, no.
Are
It was
you
for this
sure?
league. Maybe. Could have been. I feel like it was this league. All right, confirmation from production. We did have a pasta interview in Challengers North, so it's happened here as well. It might have happened in Spike Nations too, but yeah, consistent representing his
had,
country.
Like, a weird amount of food in the background.
Yeah, but for Heartbeat, you know it's a meme. You know it's just to say I'm Italian, guys. But yeah, in this one,
Yeah, it
early
was in
trader
Spike
mid.
Nations. It definitely was because he was on the Italian team.
Brilliant, love it. It's stuck with him now. People have plushies on their desk. He's going to have pasta. Hope he makes it into VCT so he can do that. That'd be great.
And Sweet and Sour just running a clinic here.
Squeaky clean.
You were saying about pasta. Heartbeats come onto this team like macaroni and cheese. Just fits perfectly. Very easy to cook.
Just like peas in a pod. Puggy! If Puggy ended up clutching that, I'd ask you to take that all away and never make an Italian reference again. Well, it's more of like a pasta reference. How can you not like Famtown? That smile occasionally, you know, just that giggle, that smile. Damn that smile.
having a outstanding performance. I mean, both servers are playing well. Famzam 15-7, Puggy 13-11. And Puggy top fragging for his team whilst IGL in 2. But cooking up the idea of having all 4 of these players do their best Beatles impression. Just all
We
stacking
just need
on
to
the
start
B site.
walking.
Yeah, the evolution of man.
The evolution of man. Oh, we need to see the order again. We need to draw parallels. No, it's...
So it finishes with Jet, I see.
It finishes with Jet. The highest peak of human existence ends with Jet.
I mean, that's what Jet players would like to think. I mean, at least there's smiles. Puggy's having a good old laugh.
Yeah, good old giggle. I mean, at this point, you probably... I don't know, you probably don't want to call it quits. There's 3 more rounds left for Sweet and Sour to close out, and obviously, with these pistols... I mean, you can tell while they're giggling.
Yeah. I also wanted to say, whilst it is like an eco, both these teams, considering all the tech issues that we've had, really good spots.
It could happen, Ryan.
It could.
Hold your horses. It could happen. They haven't checked the back of sight yet. It could happen. No! Beats! Oh! He just cooks up a pasta dish. A well-seasoned pasta dish. Sprinkle a little bit of salt on top.
Why is this camera like this? Is this some sort of just night vision?
I mean, he could have his room filled with green LEDs. You never know. He might be a Razer fanboy.
I mean, yeah, you gotta go for the idea. But yeah, like I said, both these teams, like, game moved around a little bit. Good spots to be playing it a little bit later than you'd usually see on a Friday night, so good for them. Although if it continues at this pace, it might finish at a normal time, because this is an absolute drubbing from Sweet and Sour. They're on the bonus round, putting a lot of pressure towards A, good information on where the Jet and KO is, and looking to head over towards B. Is actively trying to push and take more space.
I mean, if they can just close out this round as well, you could definitely call it a decisive victory. But Formulation, this is where they're going to have to stand their ground. They've got guns now. They won't have many other opportunities to do so. Odin is in the great position, but doesn't manage to capitalize off the back of it. Shock Dart, can it do any splash damage? You can hear all the commotion moving inwards, but Puggy is now left unassisted, all to himself. And Sweet and Sour playing a perfect balancing game, finally taking him down. And even though Jaff was there to try and help out, it's just not good enough. But at least they brought it down to a 2-on-2. 2 players on either side. Very low. And the Heartbeat has just been able to cross forwards. Do you even expect that?
You got to smoke.
Demia's trying to block one of the entrances with a smoke. Dashing above for Heartbeat. He's in the prime position to deal with him. Demiurge finds one. Heartbeat repositions. All he has to do is deny the spike defuse. Oh, there's one. Not the second. Formulation will stick into this game by having 1 player alive by the end of that round.
Oh, with only 11 HP to keep Sweet and Sour on 11 rounds. The problem, however, is that was a low buy for Sweet and Sour. They just had little bits and pieces to work with gun-wise. And now they have a full buy, and Formulation are just holding on for dear life with what they have available here. But man, what a round from Demiurge. Just the movement and the decisions he made there really threw Sweet and Sour through a loop. But this round looking like it's just going to be a straightforward A execute. They have the better guns. They're just going to send it.
Oh, it definitely looks like it. They're going to go really fast into this one. Paranoia misses the mark from the attackers at least. Very close by to the action. Jaff with a judge, but only good for 1. You can see Sweet and Sour reacting to it perfectly, doubling up as well. Where was the second kill? Were they both defending the A
just wallbang
side?
heaven. When Semben was trying to get out and he just got caught. Because all these players are just on either half armor, no armor, or just don't have the guns. But this Fury a little bit late, trying to delay the plant. But you look at some of the health for Sweet and Sour, it's definitely doable, especially with Creamy going down.
Not ready yet. Shadows traveling.
Oh, Heartbeat's been spotted.
Oh my god.
Oh, attacked by the fragment grenade could have been his demise. Stays alive, crucially. And Sweet and Sour have got it all covered. 1 round left to claim Ascent as their own.
Ah, but look at the credits for Formulation. It was like really not too much to go off. Demiurge, he's got a Blade Storm, he's full armoring, and he's got a Bucky. That's pretty much all he can afford.
Uh-oh.
Most is going to be like a Vandal half armor for the likes of Riyadh, but yeah, look at that money. How do you make this work? Do you go for a rifle with no armor? Do you go for a worse weapon with half armor, full armor? It's so comfortable for Sweet and Sour at this point, especially when they're on attack. They have these ultimates. They get to make the call, and Formulation just have to deal with it. And it looks like it's going to be the same as the previous round.
I mean,
Paranoia trying to fight for A main.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this time around, Formulation have got the entire gist of what's happening. At least they've got 4 players whereabouts known. They can assume that Tempo's on alert. He's been so in many occurrences so far this game. And he has done so in the past as well. Demio sticking out and short. Bucky from that distance ain't going to do too many favors. But at least he's there for info gathering.
He's got
Formulation,
Bladestorm.
at least have stuck to their guns on this A site.
Yeah, they're just trying to cut noise. In fact, everybody hiding in wine to avoid the KO knife, potentially. Yeah, look at that. And the rotation, 2 players are moving over. 3 players are moving over because they all got avoided by the knife.
And they're going to continue moving over because Tempo just got a pick over to this B site. And just as he does so, Sweet and Sour pull the trigger on the A side attack and take over. 4 versus 3. A Vandal in the hands of Riyadh. Blades in the hands of Demiurge. Buggy is firing a gun of his own. Can they do a miracle comeback here? It's definitely a tall order.
Especially with that null command, the Bladestorm's gone down. It is just that Bucky in hand for Demiurge, and time is getting low.
Off angles galore here for Sweet and Sour, pushing their players all together. At least Formulation have found a random pick. That's exactly what they need, but can they carry it over the finishing line? Excellent picks from Riyadh, and he keeps on giving. Hunter Suri could be there as a guarantee. It's a fuse halfway, so Puggy can just guarantee it. He's low, and I think he's got enough time. Thumbs up. There's no way you can clutch this, and Formulation are still in the game.
Only just yet again. It was a bit of a scramble there. Nobody was on full health, so getting hit by any of that Hunter's Fury could have really cost them the round, but it was so important for them to get half there. Just with all of the stuff going on over on the site. It seemed like an impossible retake for Formulation, but for Sweet and Sour, they can take their time. There's 7 chances for Formulation to bring this back to OT if it goes there. Sweet and Sour aren't going to be too bothered if they lose a round here or there, especially when you have plays like that where they just absolutely juke you, with 4 players playing in wine to avoid the KO knife.
Demiurge. He's close to all the action. He can't hear it, but he can definitely smell it. And now he can see weapons in front of him. Just presses mouse 1 and 3 just disappear. Alakazam, abracadabra. But it seems like it's a returning spell and a reverse card of sorts that have allowed Sweet and Sour to stay in the game.
It is a 2v3 now. From a 5v2, even if it was for a short second. Breaking the turret is good. The trip even, and everybody's going to group up shot where there is 2 players here. This could be a bloodbath.
Last player standing.
Hearthbeat, left alone. Messy exchanges. A Formulation can take the trades, but now they've isolated. There's no way they group up in time.
But they're so worried because of the Omen ult, so they are trying to split it up, and it does make it a bit of a 1v1 situation, but I guess most importantly, Formulation get the kills that they need to. And it still comes down to the wire when you consider the fact that Demiurge started with a 3k.
It's the type of thing Sweet and Sour would do. Just bring things close, keep you on the edge of your seat. The Formulation are able to close it out. I wonder what Jav had for breakfast as he guaranteed that round win. I mean, we could be potentially looking at a 12-7 here, given the eco situation of Sweet and Sour.
Should be, but you never know.
True. Tyson's got a Vandal, lockdown available if they get given the opportunity. And it's a hyper-aggressive approach. Semba, he's there on time. And is able to put everyone to sleep with a bedtime story. It's a bit of a deadly one, a bit of a grim one, but it still does the job.
The fact that it's flawless too, just making that money as good as it can be for Formulation, that they're not having to skimp out on, like, they can get the Odin and stuff, they can even potentially get the Operator if things keep going in their favor. but that they can keep buying up utility, full armor, that kind of stuff can be really important. Sweet and Sour just need to get one round, and you look at the ultimates they have, a lockdown. There's no Hunter's Fury available yet for Puggy. And it seems that they're still going to be defaulting and fighting towards mid.
Shadows
Get out of my way!
Knives out for Ticey. Sweet and Sour have actually amped up the pressure here in mid. Shock Dart to break the trip.
Love the call here for Formulation. Aldron, Cypher pushing B main. Go up,
Bit of-
break the turret. But the turret is out of range, so actually look at where Sunburn is going. He's wrapped all the way around. It's so much good information. It's just whether Ticey catches him by surprise here, because he's pushing towards the defender spawn.
Surely he should know Puggy's definitely looking the right direction, or is he? He's also taking care if anyone may be behind.
Oh, the null command!
The null command disabled the knives, and Puggy will capitalize. Well, did Hearthbeat just fake out Sweet and Sour's approach?
He did. One player gets detained. This is just a bit of a spaghetti fest, as we were talking about.
What a
It's
call.
pulling the rotates. It's working.
What a play, Hearthbeat. It's just luring everyone in this direction, and his team can do the rest. Formulation only just realized what has happened. They've fallen for it. They're victims to a ruse, to an obfuscation,
Player standing.
and there's nothing they can do about it. It's a 1-on-3, and Demiurge is on the hot seat.
He has a smoke. That's pretty much it. And he doesn't even have that anymore because he just gets KO knifed.
They know exactly where it's coming from. 3 players with their crosshairs locked in his direction. Jump, and you're dead. 13-7. Sweet and Sour secure it. Formulation gave us a little bit of life at the end, but I feel like this was fully under control of these lemony and zesty boys. Beautifully done.
I mean, it was a clinic, right? Like, Formulation is one of the best Ascent teams that we have within, like, this stage of Challengers North. But Sweet and Sour, like, looking good in these areas. I mean, Sunburn having a good drink, I think, is valid, because I don't think Formulation really played this map that badly. I just think that Sweet and Sour were just a league above them in how they're playing around the map, how they're playing information, and I guess most importantly, as we saw at the end, how much you can actually just exploit the information game to just be able to walk out onto a site because you faked so well towards B. Like, this is a map that Formulation should be very good to call on and make the right adjustments, but they couldn't get the read on what Sweet and Sour were doing here. It was marvelous to watch.
Often when a team switches captain, you expect the team to kind of change in identity. Well, let me tell you, that hasn't changed at all for Sweet and Sour. They're still as explosive as ever. Let's see if that trend continues for map number 2 of the series. We'll find out after this.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
I want someone who can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever
I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I don't know why you look at me like that. I'm so self-absorbed, I know that for a fact. Now I realize I'm better off without you. I'll be better off in no time. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. 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 I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. I'm not done with you. I barely even started. I'm not done with you. I'm barely even started. And you won't even know what hit you when I'm done. I wish I could be strong, survival on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go.
We're back for the second map of Formulation Gaming versus Sweet and Sour. The first map went into Sweet and Sour's way pretty one-sidedly, didn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, and it's Formulation Gaming again losing on their home ground, it feels like, of Ascent, their map choice, and it felt like whilst it got a bit closer towards the end, it was fairly one-sided. Halfbeat coming in to be the new IGL of the Sweet and Sour team, led that squad to an absolute clinic on how to play this map, both on attack and defense. Even with Semburn, who is usually the MVP on this map, having some great moments, it paled in comparison to what Sweet and Sour, and notably, I guess, Creamy was doing with his 300 ACS.
And I was actually also quite impressed by how all of the players had a mind of their own, really. They were sent to do a task. Obviously, you don't know what's happening communication-wise, but they all knew exactly what to do in their positions. And it was pretty much a landslide victory. Those lurks were exactly what they needed in multiple occasions. You saw multi-kills galore. There was a bit of resurgence coming up from Formulation towards the end. Without not saying that wouldn't do it justice, but it came in quite late. And for that reason, they do, like you said, Ryan, lose their own map pick. And now we'll have to come back on Lotus, where we know Sweet and Sour can be quite difficult to play against them.
Yeah, it's been, I think, one of their like better maps for sure. And one of the reasons why we saw Sweet and Sour kind of go on a dream run to be the top 2 team in this league behind Apex, realistically. So yeah, I think that like it's also worth noting that for Sweet and Sour, these like games that they've had early on in this stage have been like prickly is probably the best word for them. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's been a hard road for them, but like you go up against a Pina Orchestra that have had time to cook up some new strategies.
Yeah.
You don't know what they're quite doing, you still win out. You go up against NXT that now that they're signed to put more time and effort into it, and you still manage to win out. Here, Formulation Gaming having a really good win against OnlyFins last week could be a bit of a problem. So actually winning this 2-0 would put yourself in a really nice position when you have OnlyFins next week, Apex the week after that, and then you finish in with Metasport and Requiem, right? So it feels to me like this is just a really solid series for Sweet and Sour to just win out and get comfortable, and then start thinking about like even like the idea of playoffs and maybe even Ascension play-ins if they can get that second space.
Yeah, you always wonder how soon is it to think about playoffs and everything, but the fact that Sweet and Sour had a lot of comfort by the end of the last split to just be chill because they already qualified, I think, 2 or 3 weeks before the split's end, it's just a dream for them, because then they can leave plans a secret, they can just prepare a deeper strat book without having to reveal it, and maybe it made a difference in playoffs. Because yeah, we did see a little bit of a downfall towards the end of the split because they already had their spots guaranteed, but you know, it's one of those situations where if they can secure it as quickly as possible, it could help them further down the line, especially when you're dealing with Apex, which you know is going to do their homework here, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah. So for like Lotus, especially for these 2 teams, for Sweet and Sour, I think it's a bit more straightforward. They've been really strong on it with like wins over NXT, Metasport. The only 2 teams that they've been consistently losing to have been Apex in the last stage, and also a bit of a rogue loss against the Pina Orchestra, which was a bit of a blip result from them when Sweet and Sour lost that series in group stages. They didn't lose it last time when they played up in the rematch. So it's a map that has been good, I think, overall for Sweet and Sour, hence why they picked it. But there's maybe potential gaps for Formulation Gaming to actively exploit them here.
Let's have a look what they go for in this one. Same old for at least Sweet and Sour for Formulation as well here.
For Formulation...
Okay. Wait, Formulation?
Yeah, like the Breach and the Fade is like very new. Like before they would sort of play in the normal like Viper comp, but we haven't seen them play, I don't think, since... They did play up against NXT, but they lost 13-8 trying to play like the meta comp. So here with the Breach and the Cypher edition, looking to go in a very different direction. So Sweet and Sour might have like looked at the VODs and seen Formulation Gaming playing the normal comp. This might throw a little bit of a curveball in their direction.
To be fair, there was a bit of criticism around Lotus, the Chamber being picked up. Although, let's be fair, I don't think the Chamber was a big problem in that. There were a lot of picks coming its way. But yeah, it's a different approach, different sort of an idea how to play with, and definitely some strats to look back on from other pro teams on how to go about it in this aggressive and explosive manner. So, is this enough of a spanner of the mix here to make Sweet and Sour sweat for this?
Potentially. It's a good test for Sweet and Sour because you're playing the meta, you played it so well on Ascent, but you're up against a team that you sort of know everything that they're going to do because of how much Formulation Gaming have played Ascent over the last even couple of weeks. But here, Formulation Gaming, going away from the Viper, going double initiator, going to be trying to hit you hard, play retakes with a lot of utility, and with that Cypher, a couple of setups that you need to be aware of. How do you intend to deal with this? Not only Sweet and Sour getting their map pick, but getting to attack first. Seems that they're going to be defaulting a little bit towards C-Mound to begin with, so Senben's going to be under a little bit of pressure in that direction.
At least for Sweet and Sour, they can dictate their pace, their tempo, and play the gameplay how they know how to do. Obviously expecting something different from the other side, but let's see how this one works out for map number 2 of this series, as Sweet and Sour look to take this left-hand approach to this map so far.
The camera being able to be put up and it's still there. So as soon as Semben wants to take a peek, you might just see one player, and it's just a little bit of noise that Sweet and Sour pushing in that direction. Fostering for that space, don't think they even get the chance to pick up the orb. But whilst that's all been going on, Bamzam with the nerfed Viper trying to push up to get a bit more space. Sees the trip, just about making sure actually gets underneath it.
What? No way. I think Sweet and Sour are going to press the pause button here. They're going to wait for Bamzam to go all the way around. Oh, you can see him holding on to his laughter. Surprise, that's a pick. And all of a sudden, Formulation don't have the extra player they thought they'd have. So now they're relying on the solo defender, Puggy, because Chaff's also dropped. Puggy actually makes good work of it. Damage onto Creamy. I think he's done enough here. 2 versus 3, but again, another flank.
Why? I mean, we saw a lot of like baits and rotates over, and you've got 30 seconds, so you can sprint all the way over to see if you won. This feels a little bit overzealous in places, I guess because of some of that Cypher utility, them still being alive, and like what Demiurge can do. Sweet and Sour just sort of picking up where they left off on Ascent.
Yeah, a bit excessive maybe.
10
But hey,
seconds
if it works, it works. They get the spike down with a few seconds to spare. And Tempo wants to be a menace. Sweet and Sour just love the lurking game. It's just theirs. They'll do it until the day they die. Paint shells. Throwing towards a spike. Deters any sort of diffusal, but Formulation weren't going for that. They're trying to go for the fight here in Mound. And Sweet and Sour, all they have to do is wait for Tempo to approach. Creamy does drop his life.
remaining.
But Tempo is here. And Demiurge realizes he's pinned it in. And Tempo is left. He's not giving him the fight. Oh, they're just teasing him. And you've got to feel for Demiurge because there's literally nothing you can do. Sweet and Sour just toying with him. Goodbye. That was a funny round, and Sweet and Sour definitely deserve the dub on that.
Yeah, in parts of that, there's no other way to say it. Sweet and Sour were just taking the piss with just how much they were able to like flank in behind. They were really trying to throw Formulation around the map. But a simple mistake exploited to the nth degree. That trip just being a little bit too high, allowing Tempo to just sneak under, Famzam to sneak underneath it, catch this rotate, and then just making sure that Formulation are constantly guessing whether they're going to execute on a certain site or whether they're going to rotate to the other one.
Tagged.
The Formulation, I think this has got to hurt a little bit, because they've lost their own map pick, and then they realize... they're probably scratching their heads how on earth Famzam got through. That's the first point. Yeah, they're still giggling. You can see it in their cams. Tempo and Famzam still giggling.
Just worth watching how Sweet and Sour just manipulate the map. Omen smoke over towards A. I imagine the Viper wall went up too, and then you've got a Fade Prowler that's going to be heard by these 2 defenders that are playing in secret. Might force out the little peek there from Semburn, and he just peeks out into 3 or 4 people waiting for him.
Spike planted.
Boom. All right, that's 1 kill going to Formulation's way. Make that 2. A couple of collected rifles perhaps, and they may be in play. Patience. Deterring Jack for a little bit. These blinds can actually do so much, but they both miss the mark. Both the flash drive and the paranoia. And yeah, it's Demiurge with a given away position. We'll have to just drop back. Not give away his life to any of the guns, not give him any all points, and just give his life to the spike.
Some good damage done on the eco, so it means that this bonus is going to be maybe a little bit weaker than Sweet and Sour wanted. But it's just so important in how they're playing this map. They didn't even really put that much pressure up. It was just an Omen smoke towards A, then a Fade using a Prowler to clear rubble. And whether Semburn peeked into the angle to get information more, or just he got peeked into, it's the same really, like Sweet and Sour baiting in one direction and then going the other. Realizing, I suppose, that they can throw Formulation through a bit of a loop with some of these calls. and that they're in full control of the series. Even though it's, you know, just the start of the map, it does feel like Sweet and Sour are still the ones in charge.
Ooh. Bit of a crossfire here for Formulation. Works out like a charm. Creamy it just stays. It's a very creamy thing to do, but ends up chopping his life. Instead, Tempo just lurks forwards.
Yeah.
He just walks up to them.
Is a bonus, so if Sweet and Sour want around where they can just push the limits as much as possible, now's a good chance.
Last player standing.
That's a great one-way,
Okay.
which Zemba is able to exploit to its fullest. And that allows them to get themselves their first round in this game.
Yeah, good plan for Formulation. It's around that they should be winning, but we did see them lose it earlier on Ascent, on their defensive bonus, anti-bonus even. But it was just good, I guess, to see Formulation Demiurge just get in onto that position behind the box, making it so that Sweet and Sour have to be mindful of some of these positions that Formulation could play in on. And this time, actually, the strong side lean towards C is swapped for the defenders. It's going to be a bit of a brawl over on A from both sides from the look. It seemed that Sweet and Sour might go out. They're going to try and walk out now after all this utility's gone in. But Jeff and Demiurge are still here.
I was about to say Formulation adjusts very well to it, but it sounds like Sweet and Sour pull the brakes, a full 180, and are heading right back to the A side, which is fully open for the taking at that. Riyadh on the cross, spotted by Tempo. That was sneaky. So, I guess that evens out the playing field.
I do like this call. I get like Sweet and Sour just doing so many nice things that they get killed from sort of behind, or at least from secret. So they nightfall on sight. Doesn't catch on to anybody, but that's good information on where you can play these post plants. So everybody's spread out, but there is an element of a crossfire that you can play here, and there's more focus going on towards CT.
Entice his Blast Pack acts maybe a little bit more as a distraction. That's where Heartbeat might be hiding out. Stun out. Easy way to get out of dodge. Flash to come through from Puggy.
Nice
Oh,
shot.
Heartbeat doesn't reveal himself. It's all down to Semburn. And there's no time.
Last player standing.
There's really nothing to be done here. Even if he got him both of those kills, the round would have gone to Sweet and Sour nevertheless. And another one secured as soon as they get themselves a good rivalry in their hands.
Still came down to a sort of 1v1 right at the end. Only one that stayed alive was Heartbeat, and it's a 6 shot there. 3k in total for the new potential interim IGL. But if he keeps playing this well, as much as I've enjoyed what Affin has done for this team, like Heartbeat being on the market after Metasport dropped that initial roster, and if it's going this well, it's a potential option for the future.
I mean, on paper, Metasport looked like one of the contending teams for the top 2 spots, top 3 spots. Didn't actually pan out as expected. So maybe just the mix didn't work, but you know, there's individuals such as Heartbeat that we looked at and we're like, yeah, sure, could do a lot of damage. And it's doing the same here. Formulation, subpar weaponry.
There.
Is there enough to collapse upon this? There might be. Especially if Jaff is able to find a pick here. Paranoia out, Showstopper as well, and the turnaround for Formulation. Creamy, can he save the day onto the side? The answer is no, and it's all down to Tempo. Damage to Jaff, but he's got so many to deal with. Oh! The timing wasn't just right, and Formulation take over an eco round.
I mean, I have to watch that round again. It just seemed to be over in the blink of an eye. Really nice ultimate from Demiurge, and I think it was even a thrifty in the end for Formulation. Didn't really have the best buy to work with. They win up against the bonus, lose the round afterwards, and the economy was looking a little bit shattered. But that definitely keeps them within it, and because that round previous was a 1v1 and everybody else goes down for Sweet and Sour, they're on an eco here.
This goes here.
I mean, it's the perfect round for Formulation to win, really. Sets them up nicely.
I love this pace, though. Just going in on C, the Showstopper doing a lot of damage to Semburn, but Ticey's not going to let up here.
Yeah, his butt's burnt up. There's still enough of him left to just run away.
He's solo now.
He is. Both of them are. Pain shield's thrown out.
He gets him.
The
He gets
Prowler
him with a nade and he gets
keeps him at
Demiurge.
bay. But the paint is just a blanket to put them to sleep. And still a 2v3. Formulation. Are they being damaged up here? Oh, Tempo chooses against pressing the trigger here. They don't expect him.
Oh, he
but he
missed.
misses a shot.
Last player
But still gets a kill. What?
Enemy remaining.
And Famzam keeps it give. It keeps on going. It's a one-on-one.
Oh.
That Riyadh is able to deliver on. Crisis averted for Formulation.
That could have been back-to-back thrifties there, but I guess the most costly thing for Sweet and Sour, even though it's close, is just the ultimates that were dedicated. The Viper's Pit, the showstopper. But it's just the attitude, right? Like, you have a low buy.
Yeah.
This was a bit of a play from the previous thrifty, and then here, just the chaos that seemed to emit from both sides. Like, Sweet and Sour just, okay, we're on an eco. Let's just, no respect, execute onto C. Let's just make them, like, you're actively leaning towards C with these defaults a lot of the time, but showing that you would just execute off the face of it means that Formulation have to respect that side. They have 3 players now over towards C, and Sweet and Sour now using this as the opportunity to go towards A. There's just Trips and the Fade over there on site. But, like, Sweet and Sour, they're doing their job. They're conditioning Formulation to play in a certain way. And it sort of stops Formulation from being aggressive themselves. They're running double initiator. They need to be fighting for stuff. But here, they're just sitting quietly on that C site.
And if they wait too long, they won't have the information available to rotate it in time. And Sweet and Sour have elected to hit this A site. Well, there's only one defender.
You don't have any
Still waiting.
characters or agents on that C side that can get information. It's just the Horn. Horn gets a lot. That should be the rotation, but it feels like it might be too little too late.
Too late. Exactly. And Riyadh has already been picked off, and I don't think he was relevant enough to do any damage. Turn of direction towards B though, and that's where Semba lies. And they're going right after him. Paranoia's thrown out. He's able to get away with his life, but look how Formulation react to it. Paranoia out, and Demiurge reacts on time. Out to the site. 3 players scrambling out of the poison cloud to move into this A site, and I think they've got enough time to do so. They've set up outside of the doorway, not allowing Formulation to cross through. Odin does some work, but still this is so back and forth. 2 players already to the back of this A site for Formulation, looking to take over the site before Sweet and Sour are able to vacate it, but they've grouped up. 3 players hand in hand, all in tree with a lockdown now being thrown to the ground. It's 2 left for Formulation. Flash, not enough to allow Jaff the advantage, and that should sign the end of this round, because there's not much Puggy can do against the 3, not unless there's a miracle. And there's already repositioning here from Creamy that he will not anticipate. Maybe he will, but the 2 players stacked up in the same direction won't help him out, and Sweet and Sour secure the round.
Yeah, it just felt like from what Sweet and Sour did on that eco round last, Formulation stacking players over there, you don't have any form of like information gathering because your Cypher's on B, your Fade is on A, and 40 seconds, they just sit there and wait. It's when that second Fade horn comes in that they get that information. And at that point, Sweet and Sour are on their way through. Riyadh goes down, and it gets a little bit chaotic, right? They try to go through secret, Semba gets a kill, uses a nerf if they go back. But it still feels like Sweet and Sour are just... It's the very fanatic way of just, oh, we can quickly divert to doing this. And Formulation are just trying to play catch-up. They can't get ahead of this.
And it's those moments that you don't know if it's mid-round calling, if it's just protocols.
This is nice, though. Nightfall coming in either if the doors hit or maybe if the orb's grabbed. Is anybody close to their ultimate on the side of Sweet and Sour? Not really.
The Sweet and Sour have challenged that angle before. That's the scary part.
One gets broken.
He's holding on to it.
He's just waiting for something to like give it away at this point because you got the breach with stun in hand too, I think. But like, where's the follow-up here? Like, have you got any utility? Have you got anybody fighting? No, it's just for the info.
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying to TP!
Really... Oh, Ticey turned around and got a little bit surprised, but still dealt with it. But they do move in as an opportunity into this B site. Temper fairly deep into it. And one Prowler was still available to be sent in this direction, but nothing can be capitalized off of here for Formulation. Instead, Sweet and Sour end up pushing them and lose their life because of it. Basspack doesn't deny the spike plant.
Oh, Ticey's just lurking.
This is just Lurkville. Sweet and Sour are masters of this play, and the triple for Ticey will mean Sweet and Sour's success in this round. 2 left for Formulation, and they've already pulled out the white flag.
It's just crazy how Sweet and Sour are just keeping their heads above water here, because I actually really like the idea for Formulation. Just a Nightfall to go off potentially if the door's opened, because Sweet and Sour have been defaulting towards like Mount so often. You're expecting them to do something there, and then you can have the Omen TP into that little corner, and obviously they don't hear it because they're hit by the Nightfall. But it was just like Sweet and Sour were either aware of this because it's happened before and they've anti-stratted it, or they were just in really good positions to deal with those kind of plays. It was a really nice cooked up idea for Formulation, but Sweet and Sour just either missed it because they were lucky, or they were just really well positioned to deal with some of the stuff that Formulation might throw out. Either way, nice try for Formulation.
Nice try indeed, keeping it competitive at least. And they're the ones actually reacting off the back of Sweet and Sour's proactivity. So it's a little bit of back and forth. It's those skirmishes that we were talking about, right? But the fact that Sweet and Sour come out on top of them doesn't give Formulation a chance to breathe. Already 2 rounds behind. This round could definitely put them further back. But what can this do? One of the only 2 rifles in play. But Sweet and Sour ready for it.
These fights are being constantly lost though for Formulation, and he goes down again. They just can't fight for A main.
No. Showstopper. I mean, they shot a rifle in play. They don't know exactly what the economical situation... Well, they know what the economical situation is, but what lies in the arsenal Formulation is still an unknown entity.
Good positions to retake from, especially with this flank where the Cypher is. Famzam, he sees the cap.
He might be pinted on now because there's an extra angle here. Aftershock pulls him out into the open. Famzam can't trade it. Formulation actually have the numbers.
Rolling Thunder.
They found rifles to work with as well. This can help them. Halfbeat finding himself covered to the tree, and it's enough for him to get a kill. Ticey, if he gets him 1 of 3 here, it would be brilliant. But there's just too many angles for him to take care of, and Formulation are able to win a thrifty round.
It's a really nice retake too. I don't know if it was thrifty. There was some lower by, sure.
They had a couple of rifles, I think. The rest were pistols.
But, like, especially with Formulation, they're trying to fight for A main again. It's just Demiurge over. Secret isn't broken, so he's, like, scratching at the door as he's being pushed on, like, let me in, let me in. He goes down, but Secret's open, and then it allows a really nice retake. You've got Semburn on the flank, 2 players coming through Secret, and then just nice patience from Riyadh to clear CT slowly. Rolling Thunder adding a real nice touch to it, and, like, this is a good map for both sides. It's just how volatile Sweet and Sour are. Like here, Showstopper, the aggression is great here for Formulation, but again, they've just got the wrong side of the map.
I mean, even if they had the right side of a map, Sweet and Sour seem to have answers to everything. They've been able to throw paranoia at it and deal with it. The only defender has done a bit here for Formulation, catching out a lurk play, which could make the difference. Semburn has dropped, and it's not anticipated, but still looks out for Halfbeat. Good adjustment.
Snakebite, though, was good too. Made sure that if he was on the high ground, he couldn't stay there, but Creamy is looking to fight as much as possible. Numbers in favor, still a Formulation 2v4.
And I like how Formulation have just dropped back now. They know they've got the advantage. Taking unnecessary fights here would only cause for their loss, or potential loss at least. Oh no, Chaff was the only player taking a fight alone. And he has to pay for it, Creamy.
No.
That's 3 kills already by yourself.
Oh my God.
You do secure the quadra clutch. What on earth is that?
He's a player that's destined for tier 1 at some point, isn't he? Just the initiating play is crazy. Sweet and Sour turning it around like mad. Again, it was looking like a good retake. You have the majority of Formulation going together through CT, and then Jaff just alone holding almost like the flank, holding that position. But Creamy finding that opening, finding the rest of it. Just feels that even if Formulation have good plans around how they want to play the map and where they're positioning, like they started the round to be aggressive towards C, it's a good call. You find the first kill with that kill onto tempo. But Sweet and Sour just have it's like they're our own Northern European Paper Rex in some of these moments. They just have flashes of individual brilliance that you can't teach. These guys just know.
They were just born with it. It's a gift. Timeout for Formulation. I mean, it's a good timeout for Sweet and Sour as well, because it can allow them to just calm down a bit. Be allowed to give Creamy a pat on the back. And take a couple of deep breaths. And reset for this work. Because you can get a little bit overexcited after moments like these, right?
Oh, for sure. And like, it's not been perfect for Sweet and Sour. But at least it's an opportunity for their coach to be like, okay, they are pushing C main a lot. Like, we're doing a good job to avoid it. Now what do we expect them to do? Maybe we expect them to start pushing A main again, because that's been somewhere that they've been losing. And we haven't really done that much towards C. Let's maybe do some stuff towards B. Maybe we can lead towards C a bit later. Like, this feels just Sweet and Sour just be like, all right, let's just chill. Let's just see what they're going to do, you know?
Tempo. Not cool. Still, there's no capitalization off of that.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Sweet and Sour just pulling a lot of players into this B area.
Has to be cleared, and they are going to fight for it a bit more. It's nice defensive aggression. Paranoia actually used on C, which pulls the rotation of 2, while Sweet and Sour walk A full contact.
Oh no! Ah, they're going to push with the smoke, aren't they? I can feel it. There's going to be a dry pick, and it works out. Oh my god. Only Sweet and Sour can get away with this. Why are they allowed to just do that?
They're making it worse for themselves. They're going B, but there's 2 players coming in through C-Link that could potentially shaft them here.
30 seconds left.
I love that you say they make it worse for themselves, but they still manage to make it work. Can they do it this time? A pick here, and Senbin will be able to use his neural theft. And I think Sweet and Sour might be able to gift it to them, but they can't not get them. They're just too accurate. They're just too good. They dictate the variables, the parameters. They're in charge of this algorithm. And Senbin is alone. Cool to do it by himself with 2 angles to take care of. A spike to defuse, not the easiest at all. He seems to know he has to be aware of the second angle. But there just isn't time. Famzam is going to have to peek him, and I don't think there is enough time to defuse. Valiant effort. But yeah, no cigar.
Get some of the kills. You could argue in a world of like 4 rounds on defense it'd be good enough for Formulation. Make it at 5 would be solid here. Seems to be like an attacking sided map, and when you go into your attack, you're running double initiator. A lot of just hit power. But man, yeah, just some of the stuff like the mechanical skill, the mid-round calling. I love the paranoia just over towards C. 1 bit of utility, a big bit of utility dedicated. It pulls the rotation of 2 players, whilst everybody else is just walking A.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but do we have any Irish players in Tier 1 play?
No.
VCT?
We should.
No? Well, we definitely could have after this. Maybe next year. This year was the year of the rookies. Maybe next year can be as well.
Well, that's the other side of it too, of just, you know, when people, to me, talk about Apex and are like, oh, they've only been undefeated on maps because, you know, there's a lot of unsigned teams and it's more that the other teams in this region are bad. Shut them this VOD, because both of these teams are playing some superb Valorant, but Sweet and Sour just on another level.
No way, it's a shaky buy round to make it work for Formulation. What is this?
Brutal.
I am handing in my resignation. Challengers North, I enjoyed my services for the past 3 years with you. It's been brilliant. It's been great. I've only got good words to say about the staff, but these games are whack. That's my resignation letter.
6 at the half.
What?
I mean, the stats that he's been putting into, like, he is one for the future with how he plays that Sentinel role. And going on to the attack, he did find a lot of little pockets on Ascent for him to lurk through and pull those rotations. Let's see if Sweet and Sour can keep up with that to an extent.
Huh. At least they ended off that half on a good note. And help out with the morale. been quite a bit back and forth series. Wow.
It's been a great
Maybe
map.
not.
Probably one of my
Yeah.
favorite maps I've seen, like from Challengers North this year.
Two players on the defense. That's a splendid paranoia. I think it catches out everyone and keeps the attackers at bay and gives time for the rotations to come in. But look at that. There's a Jaff. A sneaky Jaff. That might come in just on
Spike
time, but
down
instead the
A.
fights happen elsewhere, and Semburn is the one to take very far forward placements. Will he get punished? His teammates are there on time to capitalize off the push on Heaven. And Formulation actually have kept this even.
Tempo's low.
3-3.
Look at Demiurge too, though. He only has a satchel. There's just no utility other than maybe a haunt to come online. Half beat, one smoke.
In they go. Tempo forced to deal with two at the same time. Not an easy one, so his teammates are going to have to make the difference. They've been crazy. For lack of a better word. Bonkers, maybe. Maybe a bit of sweet and sour.
Impressive wiring.
No way. He doesn't have time for this, surely not. But he does make it an explosive round. Formulation get the dub. And quickly, quite literally, death by explosion.
Do you go for the force here is the question for Sweet and Sour. They do love a stinger force and it can catch people off, but you typically do it on attack because you get that extra money from the plant. Here I guess they're just, from the looks of it, just keeping it a normal eco.
I like what you're cooking, Ryan. Smells nice.
Sweet and Sour
I
stage
see a
one.
Guardian. I see a Guardian. Is it going to just be a Hero Guardian? It could be. Did Tyson just say, guys, I'm feeling it?
Pretty much.
You reckon?
You won't have much for the full buy afterwards, though.
He's gone far forwards on A. The rest of the team is going to stack. And they've stacked up at the right position of the map as well, because Formulation are entertaining the C site take.
Unless there's some weird pseudo fake that they're forcing.
No. They're going for it. Blast back in. Tempo is there and finds 2 kills. And all of a sudden there's a Guardian behind him. Well, not quite.
Oh,
if they do
no.
end up going to B, there will be. The Nano Swarms call the demise of Puggy. Melted into the abyss.
I have the spot.
It's got to have been. I don't know if they heard some of the Guardian spam shots from A and just went, they forced, let's go C, and you just run right into the stack. You don't know if it's unlucky from Formulation or it's just some subconscious manipulation, like Sweet and Sour just in their brains, living rent-free.
Yeah, their brains are literally a book, and Sweet and Sour know it by
30
heart.
seconds left.
Yeah. Second
One
pistol
enemy remaining.
on Lotus. Page 637. Yes, of course. A C-side take. Let's stack there, sure.
It's just that there's tier 1 teams in EMEA that are just not good at some of this
10
stuff. Like the
seconds.
way that Sweet and Sour are just hyper aware
Yeah, you
of
can't teach
what their
that.
opponents are going to do.
8-6. Not too shabby.
For the buy, though, Formulation Gaming onto that eco, pretty much buying up fully in some cases. Marshall, Odin, Guardian, Bulldog, an eclectic group of guns, but it's a lot better than what Formulation have.
True. I like the way you described it there. Quite eclectic. A fine taste.
Like
Heartbeat. He just goes through the paint shells and says, sure,
the
give me
Odin
deal.
as well.
It's brutal, isn't it? Would you sign the petition to remove Odin from the game?
No.
No? It just adds another layer to it, doesn't it?
It's just something that you have to respect, really. in a lot of times in this series, it has felt a little bit, you know, like Formulation are playing checkers, Sweet and Sour playing chess.
Sure. I just enjoy their giggles, their laughs.
It's just because they know what they're doing. It's like it's the equivalent of Boostio with his piggy plushie.
True.
And calling everybody little piggies and stuff. It's just this mental warfare that Sweet and Sour
Is that
been
him?
so good at doing pretty much since day one.
I'd love to hear their voice comms also.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we ever will. That's going to be locked down for nobody to see.
Probably it will be in the explicit stuff.
Yeah.
The explicit section of Warmer.
They are just like the heels of Polaris.
Tripwire destroyed.
I mean, Formulation can shoot. There's no doubt about that. There's no second guessing that. Demiurge opens up the round for Formulation, gives him a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, he gets traded instantly because he's only 10 HP. Creamy just goes for the peak.
Ooh, that's usable. A site open, but Formulation don't move quickly off the back of it. Stand still for now.
Meanwhile, Sweet and Sour fast rotate, 2 bodies over there. Oh, that Killjoy utility in B, but I guess they're just like, we'll retake it if it goes in that direction. They fight, they put some pressure, they make some noise on the A site, and then they just leave the Fade to have the Raze rotate over towards C. Like, even just small things like that, they're just trying to manipulate in some way of like, hey, there's more of us on A, I'm going to rotate. You're on your own.
I mean, stacking all the players all together is exactly the
Semben.
approach, because there always has numbers advantage.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, spooky. It's basically Semben.
It's a great angle to be on.
True.
Ticey making no hesitation on whether he wants to take these fights. A lot of utility thrown in, but the advantage very much in favor for Formulation now. 1v4.
Yeah.
Fairly easy cleanup. And just, again, finding this space. That first kill, traded at a point, but Semben finding just a good opening. He's 20-9 so far, and it might be the main culprit as to Formulation maybe bringing back this map and us going to Icebox.
Yeah, it's been pretty standout performance for him. I think that since Demiurge has joined the squad, he's kind of been the star of the show, really. Being that extra added out firepower, but Semben showing why he was here in this project to begin with. Regains his thunder. There's 2 showstoppers here, Ryan. One's already been used.
Not quite catching on to anything. Boombot is used on the B site, but there is still that alarm bot there. Fast pressure for Formulation going to try and fight onto C, and it's an aggressive angle for Puggy to be taking, especially when he has the spike in hand.
It's so scary that Semben's stuck outside of B main, though.
Biding his
The
time.
prospect of him coming into play at any point in time is just ferocious. Ticey finally gets a pick. Sweet and Sour playing off of an advantage. Can they secure it? Gap to the smoke. Not challenged. Riyadh. What a recalibration.
What's going on?
Still 2 versus 2. Jaff to the top of sight. Thought he cleaned up half beat, but he didn't. And that will cause their demise. Wow. Sweet and Sour take over through chaos, just like they always do.
Yeah, we just switched to Jaff's like POV, and he's frantically looking around to see what the hell is going on. I think the only complaint you could make for Formulation there is that you've inserted a really nice lurk with Semben. Either he gets past the alarm bot because the Killjoy's too far away from it, or, which I think is what happened, he used a cage to get right past it. Either way, he managed to go for this lurk, but you've got Formulation players playing on site in really deep positions. In an ideal world, you want to plant open, you want to be playing from mound, and just buying time for Semben to find that lurk. But because so many people died early, Semben has to like rush it a little bit more, and he can't quite have the impact that he wants. Pisces just trying to flush out this little rat of Semben over towards A with the Odin spray,
It's so annoying.
it didn't take.
Stealing sight.
The Prowler.
Oh, good Prowler, actually. It's got a second TP to vacate the area.
It's a scary
Back to a
position.
spawn reset.
Yeah, it's a scary position to be playing from, so Formulation decide to opt against it. They do have a Nightfall. I don't know if they got close. They should have got close enough to hit it. There wasn't any Killjoy utility towards C. Whether they expect it on A is another question.
Ooh, it was a decent angle to hold there from Tempo. Doesn't benefit from the spoils of war.
Alarm bot down.
Oh, Formulation, they're moving in towards the B side. That's where Creamy is holding out all to himself. Flash is a little bit delayed. And that's why Formulation are now on the back foot. 2 players to the back of B site defending. Jaff has just walked out of the smoke because he's Chaff.
It's good a paranoia to go for the execute potentially because he was about to split, but no. Formulation trying to cut noise, trying to lurk, but the tempo with the operator just finds the perfect time. He can TP and at least get the plant.
What?
But it's such an aggressive position.
Spike planted.
Oh, I'm so confused.
Stealing sight.
If he gets the pick here on Tempo, it's doable. Oh, no.
Behind you.
Chaff.
Enemy remaining.
Chaff. Oh, if Famzam wasn't there for the guarantee, that round would have been insane from Jaff.
And it was a moment where, like, Formulation, they were trying to do what Sweet and Sour were doing consistently, right? Just these like little manipulations. Oh, we're going B. In fact, actually, we're cutting through secret and going back A. But I think in that instance, like, it's especially when you know that there is an operator looming around A, it just catches you out as you try to rotate. I think at this point, Sweet and Sour, maybe a little bit of hubris of like them going for these like crazy baits and rotates. You're in Formulation's position, just keep it simple. You get the B site open, you can go for like that free plant. You have the bodies and you had some good utility still in hand, but it ends up just being a bit sloppy. Sweet and Sour looking to be on match of the series point with this anti-eco. They still have that up as well for tempo.
True. Hey, Formulation have won a couple of shaky buys.
Cover going out.
Make it work again.
Open seaside, but I think it's a fake. Look at where the spike is.
Great pick from Famzam. Demiurge's aggression is caught.
Oh,
If it wasn't caught, we might be looking at a completely different story. But, I mean, the adaptation Formulation is good enough to read that C is open to get the spike down on.
Bring them down.
What are the chances now? 1 to 10.
7.
That Formulation win?
Yeah.
This round?
Only because I got 7 rounds. Literally just, I saw the rounds. I mean, it has to be.
Fair enough.
For them to come back in this, it has to be.
Last player standing.
Oh, Sunburn. That's it. And that's that. Defusal. Inevitable. 12 rounds on their belt. And only one remaining to close out this series.
I feel like we've seen so much of Sweet and Sour just... I just wonder what the vibe is like for Formulation, you know? Like, it just feels... like torrid for them. Like, it was such a good first half of these baits and rotates, but Formulation just can't mimic that same kind of success on the attacking side. 12-7 would mirror the same scoreline as we saw on Ascent. We did see at least a bit of a fight back from Formulation there, so potentially there's rounds here. You have a buy, you have a Nightfall, you have a Rolling Thunder. And so far, this Breach, the double initiator, not really been hitting. 3 and 16 total for Puggy. Oh my god, he gets Demiurge! How?
I don't know. I wish I could answer that. Probably only Tempo could do that. There's a Rolling Thunder at least for Formulation. Task's not done. Lurk going in B. But there's also Famzam there to be the lurk of the lurk.
Oh, this is good though. You know
Lurk
this
squared. Ooh, paranoia. Flash.
Might be a bit much.
Sweet and... Never mind. Yeah. Sweet and Sour, I've got it all covered.
but they were trying
They
to
just
fight
grouped
tempo,
up
I think,
together.
because of the lockdown. So now they're in a box here, and it's just a 1 versus 4.
It would be a clutch for the high right reels. It would be extravagant. Yeah, never mind.
never
Of course,
mind.
it's Tempo to find the final kill. He barely saw him on his screen, but that was enough to end him to turn to stone. 13-7. as a score, I believe, from both of the maps.
Yep.
As Sweet and Sour guarantee a pretty one-sided victory by the end of the series.
I mean, if there was ever any doubt, Sweet and Sour are just the real deal. Playing these two maps that rely so much on like protocols, good like macro play of the map, it was perfect. And it was even a map where the two players with the highest ACS were Formulation Gaming players. Demiurge and Semburn having a higher average, but Sweet and Sour, again, like it's just a team performance, the way that they're playing. We saw like Formulation trying to go for something a little bit different with the double initiator, but like Sweet and Sour just taking that comp, taking so many different great ideas with it. Like it was an absolute blast to watch them today.
It really was. It really was. It's always entertaining Valorant when Sweet and Sour are involved, whether that's the explosive plays, the clutches, the lurks, all of it. It's just fantastic. Any final words, Ryan, before we throw to break? I believe there's an interview after this as well.
I mean, I just want to ask, I just want to get to the interview because I have so many questions for them.
Well, we are throwing to a break, ladies and gents. Do stick around if you are looking forward to the interview, because we definitely are. We'll be back right after this.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Last player standing. Flawless. 30 seconds left.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love will save the day.
just like in map number 1. Sweet and Sour close out map number 2 in a 13-7 on their home ground, Lotus. A lot of back and forth in various different rounds, but when it came to skirmishes, I think it was safe to say that Sweet and Sour were on top.
For sure, we got a really good first half, I think, between both sides. Like, Formulation Gaming going for the double initiator, trying to sort of take a bit more control, but the story kind of continued as it did on Ascent. Just a lot of this map manipulation, the mind games that Sweet and Sour were throwing in. There were moments from Semburn, especially again, who had a terrific series, top ACS despite losing. But it just sort of felt like Sweet and Sour just been on a tear. The showing that a second place finish in stage 1 wasn't just like lightning in a bottle, it's something consistent and to work towards. And whilst Formulation second worst team last stage against the second best with Sweet and Sour, like looking good fundamentally, just outpaced with some of the mind games and mechanics that Sweet and Sour were offering today.
For sure. But before we continue singing Sweet and Sour's praises, that we will for sure today, let's give another highlight for Formulation. I'll double what you said. There were moments of brilliance for Formulation. Semburn was a player that had so many high-flying performances, some clutches that were so close to being gathered from Jaff, from, I don't know who else. Everybody had, I feel like, a moment that they could stand out on. But I guess it just wasn't enough at the end of the day as Sweet and Sour, which was always a step ahead. What do you think, Ryan, is the biggest reason why Sweet and Sour just won today by this margin?
I think it's just like the calling that sort of came in, like the adjustments. Like Halfbeat, like it's a terrific series for him. Like last week, it was a little bit more of a challenge with NXT, right? Like in that series, but here really getting to show his wings, I suppose, as the IGL with some of the calls that came through.
Well, I believe we have an interview ready with Famzam, player from Sweet and Sour. Of course,
Hello.
Coming back off of a quite a brilliant win, mate. Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you.
You know, on the scale of 1 to 10, how difficult was that?
Honestly, like, I would say like probably like 6, but the first map, I was feeling it. Everyone was like on point. That first map was like a 3. The second map, I felt a bit shaky, but my team wasn't, so overall, 5. Give it a 5. It was pretty nice and
like,
easy.
Yeah, it felt like at a point you just started to like, almost mess around a little bit. Like you just, like for example, when you played in Wine to like dodge the KO knife on Ascent, that you could just walk out on the A site and catch it by surprise. Like, how much is that is like sort of like pre-planned going into a series versus, oh, we're like flanking and we're finding a lot of space. They don't know what we're doing, so we'll just mess with them a little bit. Like, do you plan ahead or do you just kind of go, we are living in their heads rent free, let's just screw about a bit with them?
Honestly, I think we're living in their heads. I think our prep work was really good against them, and we saw that before we came in. And that Wine dodge was all done before the game. That was locked in before the game, so it feels nice.
We often see teams that have mid-season changes in rosters, especially on the calling seats, on the captain seats, at least on the IGLing, I'd say. We often see a lot of changes and stuff in style. We definitely haven't seen that from you guys with Hearthbeat's addition. How different is Athens and Hearthbeat's calling styles? What do you think is the biggest difference?
I think it's a bit different. We really liked Hearthbeat's calling, but we had to mesh it up with our playstyle, so it was a bit weird getting into it at first with Afun's like kind of playstyle, but we meshed it in together. He feels good, we feel good, and it feels very nice all together, so we feel good.
Sweet.
Can you talk me through the attacking pistol you had on Lotus, where you spot that there is a cipher trip that might be a little bit too high, and you're able to sneak through? Like, again, let's you just like finding little gaps and just like mind effing them, right? Like you just catch these like, what was the call there? How do you even communicate that? Is you going like, I can get underneath this, I can lurk, or is like Hearthbeat like, stay there?
So I bought an eagle. I was like, yo, can I buy an eagle? I just want to shoot some heads on A main. I walk through A main, I see a trap. I'm like, I crouch under it, and I see it. I'm like, can I crouch under that? And I was like, F it. I won't curse. But like, I was like, let's go, let's try it. If I die, whatever. But I take that risk. And I was like, I didn't commit to my team. After I took the risk, I was like, boys, I'm under the trap. I screamed it. I was like, and then I was like, open the door, and then, yeah, worked out perfectly. Killed the guy B7 and it worked nice. Yeah, I just took my risk.
That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And I feel like it was exactly how I imagined it. Like multiple of these decisions that we saw from you, whether it's Hero Guardians, I bet it was just someone asking, can I do this? I'm feeling it. Can I do this? Is that actually the case? Is that something that you guys often do?
Yeah, obviously it is. Like, if some guys really feels it, we just allow it. We just happen it. Because, like, can't always play by the book, you know? If you play by the book, it's Valorant. It can go random sometimes, you know? So,
yeah.
Speaking of by the book, like one thing, like Formulation had a lot of like nice, almost like cute plays, right? Like stuff that they were doing in the Nightfall, they were like pushing out like C mount. A lot of the times that they try to do stuff like towards C, for example, you know, where you like showstopper out and you push aggressive, like you were never there. Like you were always in the right positions at the right times. Again, is that like the anti-strat and prep, or is that you sort of looking into the situation a bit more, or were they just a little bit unlucky to always keep missing you? You were just so like elusive to them when they tried to do stuff aggressive. They couldn't find you.
So I don't know. To be honest, that was none of that prep. I'm just swiftly walking. Like I'm just getting my timings, getting everything done swiftly. Come on, like head in the game, boys. Come on.
Love it.
It's a bit lucky,
thank you for joining us on the broadcast.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been great having you, and best of luck with the rest of the season.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Always good to have Famzam on broadcast. Always makes us laugh. Yeah, was quite the series today. I'm going to give you a challenge here, Ryan. 3 words to describe today's series. I'm giving you a couple of seconds. You don't have to answer straight away. 3 words to describe today's series.
We got game. Like, which series are you counting?
We got game.
Because there's like there's just the like Requiem and OnlyFins are locked in the Shadow Realm until we get them back out, like playing that first map, right? So hopefully that comes back. Like that was also like a really good series from what we saw. It was a weird thing to have where Finnish people, it was also in the live game, right? The Finnish players were struggling to log into the live client, right? So of course it happens right at the time where a team called OnlyFins have to play. But yeah, this series was great. Like, not only have Sweet and Sour just been continuing to impress me, but like, I liked what I saw from Formulation today. I felt like they had a really good like play style on this map, and a few of the mistakes that they like had weren't major ones. I think it was just Sweet and Sour kind of running rings around them a bit, and they were just diffed in that aspect.
That's fair to say. Well, this was only, unfortunately, one match of today's week. Let's have a look at what else is coming for the rest of this week. There's still one day remaining, and that is tomorrow, Saturday. Earlier today, as we did see, Requiem did get one map of OnlyFins. The rest of that series will be played on at a future date, while Metasport, Apina Orchestrae, NXT, and Apex are taking on each other tomorrow as well. 2 matches in a row, a fun day of action. Which match of the 2 has got your eye on? For me, it's that first one. That's gonna be a big back and forth playoff match.
Yeah, I think, you know, Yari, the Metasport team, and then Apina Orchestrae just trying to get on the board at this point, like just seeing what direction it could take. But there's so much like promising talent there that can go in a direction that we've seen Sweet and Sour go. It's just getting on the board is the most important thing for like either side, I guess.
Well, until then, if you want to keep up to date with everything having to do with Challengers North, you know where to go. Just go and hit those various socials at ValLeague_NE, or and yeah, use the hashtags Pathfinders and Challengers EMEA if you do end up posting about this league as well, and maybe at some point you get featured. Who knows? That might be something that we bring as well to the stream. But thank you very much for joining us today on this broadcast, everybody. Hope to see you again tomorrow for some more epic Challengers North action. We'll be back tomorrow, so make sure you don't miss it.
best of me. Got the best of me.